Good morning. Hey, legs. So pissed. I've been watching. I know. Isn't it disgusting? It's so sad. It is. It's hard to watch. I know. But I think Kayla's probably going to be on all day, or most of it, I would think. And that's probably going to be some of the hardest, obviously. I don't know if he has decided to join, has decided to come to court yet. So far, he hasn't been there. That shows what a coward he is. He'd rather stay in prison than, or jail. Sorry. Actually, I think he is in prison already. Huh. Anyhow, same kind of coward that beats women and children and now doesn't want to face anybody with this. Not a big surprise, I guess. Yep. That's what I think too. Total coward. Piece of crap, for sure. I don't know if we should wait for some more people to come in or not. I don't know if anyone will want me to back it up. Jack wants his show on. Hey, good morning, Punky Brewster. I gotta. Good morning. Okay, I'll get this started, and for some reason Jack Show didn't go into the next episode. I don't know why. But big surprise, huh? This should be right at the beginning. Oh, okay. Well, good luck at the doctor's appointment. I hope that goes well, Legs.
Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Whenever the state is ready, you may call your next witness.
I bet. Oh, okay. Will we find anything out today? Oh, there she is. Oh, yikes. Okay, I will shut my mouth. I'll pop back in.
Kayla, if you can just remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you make yourself some water there? Kayla, can you begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Kayla Montgomery, Kayla Montgomery.
And how old are you, Kayla?
33.
Where do you currently live?
I am in the correctional facility for women's in Concord, New Hampshire.
How long have you been there?
For over a year.
Kayla, why are you currently incarcerated?
For perjury, for lying to the jury about the whereabouts of where I was and where Harmony was.
And when you say lying to the jury, was that the grand jury?
Yes.
Did you also lie to the police?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
Because I was scared, and I was told by Adam to stick with that story, that I got dropped off at work at Dunkin' Donuts, where I no longer worked at that time, and to say that he was bringing Harmony to meet her mother, Crystal, and that he dropped her off with her. And then when he came pick me up from work, which I was not working there at the time, he didn't have her in the car, which that was a lie.
That story that you just told, that was what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
It's what you told the police?
Yes.
And was that in fact what happened?
No.
You said you've been sentenced for lying.
Yes.
You're living at the prison. Do you understand the consequences of providing false testimony?
Yes.
Good morning, Beck.
And since those lies, since your time in prison, have you sat down with investigators?
Give that
Have you
baby a
sat
kiss
down
for
with
me,
the Attorney
please.
General's office and provided additional statements?
Yes.
Good morning, Amanda
How many
Panda.
times?
About 4 times.
How many hours?
A couple hours at a time when they've came to see me, or I've gone out to the office to meet with them.
Did you reach a plea agreement with the state?
Yes.
And that was on the perjury charges.
Yes.
Other charges were dismissed, is that right?
Yes.
Good morning, Chelsea. I haven't seen you for a while. Good to see you.
The story that you just told about the defendant dropping Harmony off with Crystal, who came up with that story?
Adam.
Why did you stick to it?
Because I was scared for myself and my children that are also Adam's, and for him, because I didn't want anybody to get in trouble, and I was scared.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Oh, please do.
Kayla, you referred to
It's
Harmony
getting so
Montgomery
big.
just now. How do you know her?
So stinking cute.
She's Adam's daughter, and he started a year after we got together. He was working on getting custody of her, and he had to work to get custody of her. He wasn't just given her, and it took 4 years to get custody of her. And during those 4 years, we both visited her each week for a couple hours.
Good morning, Stacy. Oh, big boy. Oh, that's awesome. He's doing so good. Just to let you guys know, I started this a little bit late so that we can just fast forward through recesses and things like that, things that stall. The last trial, we accidentally did that, and it actually worked out better. So that is why there is the delay. So we just got started on today. Kayla just took the stand a couple minutes ago on here. So just to let you know what we're doing. But welcome here. Good to see you all.
Was she your stepdaughter?
Yes.
Showing this witness what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 98 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Who's depicted in this image?
Harmony and myself.
And can you point to Harmony? And is there a date associated with this image?
Yes. July 7th, 2019.
And do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of Harmony on that day?
Yes.
Who's the other person depicted in that picture with Harmony?
Myself.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you that day?
Yeah,
Do you know who took this photo?
I did.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 98
Any objection?
and publish.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit and it may be published to the jury.
Lori Vallow does. Yeah, isn't it gross?
We were taking pictures and laughing, playing. We always did silly pictures.
You mentioned getting custody of Harmony at some point. Do you remember when that was?
It was the month of February of 2019.
And where were you living when you got custody of Harmony?
77 Guilford Street in Manchester, New Hampshire.
When you got custody of Harmony, was she potty trained?
Yes.
Was she potty trained after you got her or before you got her?
Before.
Did she have accidents when you first got her?
No.
So you mentioned 77 Guilford Street. When did you move into that home?
It was in 2018. Probably around April or May. I think it was around that time.
Whose home was it?
Adam's grandmother's, Helen Montgomery.
Did she live there with you at any point?
Yes, when we were staying there in the beginning, she lived there.
And in the beginning, who else lived there with you?
Adam's uncle, Kevin Montgomery, Adam's brother, Michael Montgomery, and Adam's brother's girlfriend, Kayla. I don't remember her last name.
Another Kayla, though.
Yeah. And myself and Adam, and we had Seamus.
How old was Seamus when he moved into that house?
About to turn 1.
Would you recognize that Guilford Street house if you saw it today?
Yes.
Yes?
Kayla, I'm handing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibits 1 and 2. Can you look at those for me, please?
That's the house. And this was Harmony's room.
And do you recognize the items that are depicted in those exhibits?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what's contained in those exhibits?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 1 and 2.
They are already full? I think they are.
Already
I think they're already full.
I move to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Kayla, State's Exhibit 2, what can you tell us about this room?
Adam and I helped decorate this room right before Harmony came to live at Guilford Street. And she really likes Minnie Mouse.
When you say she really liked Minnie Mouse, who is she?
Harmony.
When you say you helped decorate the room, what did you do to decorate it?
Got the Minnie Mouse wall decor that stick to the wall, and got her a whole new bed set, blankets and sheets.
There's no bed in that photo, but was Harmony's bed in that room?
Yes.
Where would it have been located in relation to that image?
Right next to the window.
And Kayla, whose room was that prior to Harmony moving in?
It was Helen Montgomery's room.
Kayla, I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 10 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, it was Harmony's toothbrush.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of Harmony's toothbrush?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 10.
Any objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
Kayla, you mentioned that Helen moved out and Harmony took over her room.
Yes, she moved out of the room, but she was still living at the house.
Did she eventually leave the house?
Yes.
When was that?
In May of 2019,
Do you know where she went?
Florida.
Kayla, I want to turn your attention to July of 2019, so several months after Helen moved out. Were you still living in the Guilford Street home in July of 2019?
Yes.
And who was living there with you at that point?
It was myself and Adam and his uncle Kevin. And it was Seamus and our son Declan and Harmony. And his brother Michael and his girlfriend Kayla were still living there for a couple weeks until they moved out and went to Florida with her.
You mentioned this earlier, but where were you working at that point in your life?
I was working at Dunkin' Donuts.
Were you eventually terminated from your work at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes,
Why?
because I was stealing money from the register.
Did you admit to stealing money?
Yes,
Did you actually write a letter acknowledging that you had stolen?
yes,
Did you take responsibility for what you'd done at Dunkin'?
yes.
You mentioned that in July of 2019, Kevin Montgomery was still living in the Guilford Street home.
Yes.
Did he eventually leave for Florida after Helen?
I don't remember where he went. I remember Helen had surgery. She had open triple bypass surgery. And I don't remember if Kevin went to Florida. And I think he went to Mass too. I don't remember where he went.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember him being gone from the house for several weeks?
Yes.
And let's talk about that period where Kevin's gone from the house. Okay. You were still working at that point?
Yes.
What were your hours like at work?
I worked 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. And I also covered shifts if they needed help.
The 3 children that you mentioned,
Yes.
Where were they when you were at work?
with
Good morning,
Adam.
Frazzled. Good morning, Bell Bell.
And so in July of 2019, your youngest, Declan, how old would he have been?
He was about 6 months old.
Good luck,
And you said you
Legs.
were
Let us
working from
know.
6 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Yes.
Did you like that setup?
Yes.
When you get home from work at 2 p.m., what would you do? What would your day look like?
I would come back home and help take care of the kids and feed them regularly, get them ready for bed later. We'd watch movies or they'd be playing.
You mentioned Kevin Montgomery leaving for some period.
Yes.
Did he return to the home at some point?
Yes, he showed up with Helen.
So before that, though, in July of 2019, did he
Yeah.
return to the home at some point?
I don't remember.
Do you remember overhearing a conversation between Kevin and the defendant, Adam?
Yes.
What was the tone of that conversation?
They were arguing about a situation that happened with Harmony.
What was Kevin's tone in that argument? How did he sound?
He sounded angry.
What did Kevin say in that conversation? May we approach?
Yes.
I wonder what this is about.
Kayla, you mentioned Kevin sounded angry.
Yes.
Was this a quiet conversation?
No.
How would you describe it?
Yelling at each other back and forth. Argumentative. Yeah, it was just loud and angry.
Where were you during this conversation?
In the living room of the house in Guilford Street.
And where were the children?
Playing.
Did you understand what they were talking about?
Yes. I know that they were arguing about a black eye that Harmony had, that I was told that.
So the black eye that Harmony
Yeah.
had you seen that before that argument?
Yes.
And tell this jury where you saw that black eye.
On the
First
side.
time you saw it.
It was on the side of her face right here. It was really red. It didn't really turn black and blue until like the next day.
So the first day you saw it, when it was red, really red, how did you see that? Where were you?
I came home from work and I saw her face and it was red, and I was told that.
And let me stop you there. You came home from work.
Yeah.
So this would have been around 2 p.m.
Yeah.
Did you have an understanding of where Harmony had been that day?
Yes.
And tell us where that was.
She was at home at Guilford Street
Who was she at home
with Adam and Uncle Kevin and Seamus and Declan.
And when you got home, when you saw this injury, the redness to Harmony's eye, did you ask the defendant what happened to her?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That her and Seamus were playing and Seamus hit her in the face with the lightsaber by accident.
After you heard that confrontation between the defendant and Kevin, did you confront the defendant?
Yes, I asked him.
And at that point, did he tell you a new story about this injury to Harmony's eye?
No, it was the same. Well, yeah, he ended up telling me after
What was the new story he told you?
that he ended up hitting her in the face because she covered our son's mouth because he was crying and he was in the bathroom. He went to the bathroom. Declan was crying and Harmony had her hand over his mouth, and he came out of the bathroom and saw that, and his lips were blue, purple blue, and he hit her.
Did he describe how he hit her?
He smacked her in the face.
Did he acknowledge causing that injury?
Yes.
Do you know a Demetrius Soros with DCYF?
Yes.
Did he come to the house after that interaction between Kevin and the defendant?
Yes.
Did you know at the time what the purpose of his visit was?
Yes.
What was it?
DCYF got called about the children not being taken care of, and that Adam was abusing his daughter.
When Mr. Soros arrived at your home, what did the defendant do with Harmony?
He left with her. He grabbed Harmony and left with her.
He grabbed her and left?
Yeah.
Did you have a conversation with Demetrios that day?
Yes.
In that conversation, did you cover for the defendant?
Yes.
Why?
Because I didn't want him to get in trouble.
Was there a period in 2019 when you no longer lived at the house on Guilford Street?
Yes.
And tell us how that came to be.
We ended up getting evicted from the house in November of 2019, the day before Thanksgiving, because the mortgage wasn't being paid.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
I feel like she means rent. I don't know. Maybe the mortgage wasn't being paid because they weren't getting the rent from them. I don't know, but that's just my assumption. Remember, this is all going to be difficult to listen to. Right. Right. She didn't. She was not forthcoming until she was going to. They made a deal with her. There's nobody in this child's life that was doing anything to help her. I don't know if anybody missed it yesterday, but Harmony's mother was on the stand, and she looks to be about 7, 8 months pregnant. So that's awesome. I don't get it. I don't get these people at all. And also, Demetrius, the CPS worker, should be in trouble too. Everybody should be. Poor baby girl. He should have to sit there and listen to all this. I can't believe he's allowed to do that, pull this, not coming in.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that the court take judicial notice that the day before Thanksgiving in 2019 is November 27th.
The court takes judicial notice that the day before Thanksgiving in 2019 was November 27th, 2019.
Kayla, why were you evicted from the home?
Because the mortgage wasn't getting paid
And after you were evicted, where did you begin living?
in our car,
What kind of vehicle was it?
a Chrysler Sebring.
When you began living in that car, who were you with?
It was myself and Adam, Harmony, and the 2 boys
Where were you sleeping during that period?
in the car
Where would you keep the car?
behind Colonial Village in Manchester.
Why Colonial Village?
Because that's where our friend lived,
What was your friend's name?
Anthony Bodero.
Did you tell Mr. Badero that you were living there in that parking lot?
He asked us not to, but yes.
And so, can you just describe this sleeping arrangement in that vehicle for you and your family at the time?
So Adam would sleep in the driver's seat. I slept in the passenger seat, and Harmony was behind the passenger seat, and the baby Declan was in the middle, and Seamus was behind the driver's seat.
Kayla, I asked you earlier about whether Harmony was potty trained when you got custody of her. And I believe you said she was.
Yes,
Did that change at some point after the eviction?
yes.
And tell the jury about that. What happened to Harmony?
She wouldn't let us know when she had to use the bathroom, and so she was peeing in the car, just in her seat that she was sitting in, and she wouldn't tell us that she had to use the bathroom.
Was she only peeing or was she having other accidents at the time?
She was also pooping.
How frequently was this occurring for Harmony?
A lot, like at least every day.
And did those accidents, did they increase in frequency the longer you were in that car?
Yes,
How was the defendant responding when she had these accidents?
getting angry.
Would he do anything physically to her when she had accidents?
Yeah, he would smack her.
And what does that mean that he would smack her?
He would smack her in the face, or on her leg, or in her hand.
Were these soft smacks,
No.
hard smacks, or something else?
They were like hurt, stung. Smacks.
What makes you say hurt, stung, smacks?
Because she would cry during, like, whenever she got smacked by him, and I could hear it, and it sounds like it hurt.
I'm sorry, you could hear the crying or you could hear the smack?
Smack and the crying.
When you say she was crying, who's she?
Harmony.
Those strikes, were they manifesting in any way on Harmony?
Yes.
How were they manifesting on her?
The more accidents she had, the more he would get angry, and he would hit her repetitively.
Was the defendant causing visible injuries to Harmony?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And tell us about those injuries.
When he would hit her, she started getting black eyes and bruises on her face, on her legs. Yeah.
Did you ever see her bleed as a result of being struck by him?
No, I didn't see that.
Did you ever see the defendant attempt to cover Harmony?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how he did that?
He would cover her with a comforter that we had in the car
Why would he cover her?
so nobody could see her.
How often would he cover Harmony?
All the time. Anytime that we had interference with anybody, no matter who it was.
Was this only when you went out in public, or was it when you were still in that parking lot, or both?
Both.
Kayla, were you involved in an accident, a car accident on November 29th of 2019?
Yes.
And I want to turn your attention to that day. Who were you with that day?
Tabitha Scott.
Who else was in the vehicle during that accident?
Adam, myself, Harmony, and the two boys.
Who was driving?
Adam.
That Sebring, did you regularly drive it? Did you drive it at all?
Yeah, I didn't drive it, but he did. He had the license. I did not.
You didn't have a license at the time.
No.
So you said that Adam was driving, the defendant was driving the vehicle. Where were you in position to the rest of the people in the vehicle?
I was sitting with Harmony in the back seat behind the passenger side.
And where was Harmony?
Next to me and Declan. She was in between,
And where was Seamus?
in his car seat on the other side of Declan.
Would that have been behind the driver's seat?
Yes.
You mentioned the Tabitha Scott.
Yes.
Who was she to you?
She's been one of my friends for a long time.
And she was in the car with you that day?
Yes.
Where was she seated?
In the passenger seat.
And what was Tabitha Scott doing with you that day?
We were going to get drugs.
And can you just walk us through the accident, how it occurred?
There was a stop sign, and it was a intersection. There was a stop sign. It was a four-way intersection, and there was a truck that went through their stop sign, and we already had stopped, so we were going and ended up hitting that car, the truck.
Did law enforcement respond to that accident?
Yes.
Did you see an officer?
Yes.
Were the officers able to see Harmony?
No.
Tell the jurors why not.
Adam didn't want the officers to see her because she had black eyes. So she was covered with a blanket.
Were there other people, specific individuals that he would cover Harmony up and keep her hidden from?
Yes.
And tell us who those individuals were.
It was Anthony Madero. And when Tabby was in the car, she didn't look at her, she didn't see her, but she knew she was in the car.
Kayla, so this accident occurred on November 29th.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to December 7th of 2019.
She does, Happy. She sounds
Does
like
that day
she's
stand out to you?
out of it.
Why?
It's the day that Harmony passed away.
The day that Harmony passed away?
Yeah.
Were you still living in the car at that point?
Yes.
Were you still sleeping in the Colonial Village parking lot?
Yes.
You mentioned Harmony having accidents and then becoming more frequent at that point. On December 7th, was she still having those accidents?
Yes.
And had they increased in frequency?
Yes.
Did Harmony have an accident first thing in the morning?
Yes.
And that would have been before you started your day?
Yes.
What happened when she had that accident?
Adam repetitively kept punching her in the head.
Okay. So I want to break that up. That morning, where did you wake up?
At Colonial Village.
And what happened first thing in the morning that morning?
We went to the methadone clinic.
And before you left for the methadone clinic, did Harmony have an accident?
Yes.
And what did the defendant do before you went to the methadone clinic? What did the defendant do to Harmony after that accident?
He was yelling and screaming at her and punching her in the head.
How did she react to that?
She was crying.
You mentioned the methadone clinic. Was that Habit Opco?
Yes.
And what did you do at the methadone clinic that morning?
Got my dose of methadone, and Adam got his also.
And do you remember who went in first?
No, I don't remember who went first.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
It is, Bell. I know. It's really sad. It's horrible. Drive careful.
Bill, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 89.
Okay.
I'm just going to ask that you review the second page. And this page, paying careful attention to the times.
Okay.
The item I just handed you, what is that?
Our dose history from our the clinic.
And that's Habit Opco.
Yes.
And having looked at those records, do you recall who went into the clinic first that morning?
Yes, I did.
What time was that at?
7:04 in the morning.
And what time did the defendant go in?
It was 7:09 in the morning.
Your Honor, at this time, I moved to strike ID of States Exhibit 89 and Marcus Full.
Any objection? Okay. The ID is stricken and entered as a full exhibit.
Kayla, can you tell the jurors what happened when Adam returned to the vehicle after his methadone treatment?
When Adam came back to the vehicle, he could smell urine and he started yelling at Harmony and kept hitting her in the head repetitively.
Where were you when he smelt that accident? Where was the vehicle when he smelt that accident?
In front of the methadone clinic.
Did you discuss going somewhere with him at any point that morning? Going to get food?
Yes. I asked to go to Burger King.
You asked to go to Burger King.
Yes.
And so at some point, did he begin driving the vehicle?
Yes.
Was that before or after he repeatedly struck Harmony?
After.
What was Harmony doing at that point when he started driving the vehicle?
She was crying a lot.
She was crying a lot.
Yeah. And she was making a weird noise.
Was she saying anything?
No.
And Kayla, I want you to walk the jurors through in as much detail as you can what happened on your route from Habit Opco to that Burger King.
Adam was getting really angry from Harmony peeing in the car, and he repetitively kept punching her on the way to Burger King, and there were a couple red lights, and when we were at red lights he would go over the driver's seat, like in between the passenger seat, and he was just punching her repetitively in the head.
And you've said there were several times where he punched her repetitively in the head.
Yes.
How many times did he hit her?
I can't count. I don't know.
Were you counting?
No, I wasn't.
How many lights did that car come to where he repetitively struck her?
At least 2 or 3.
Between Habit Opco and the Burger King, did the defendant say anything to Harmony?
Told her to shut the fuck up. Stop crying.
He said she was making a weird noise.
Yes.
Can you describe it?
It was like I can't even describe it. It was like a moaning kind of noise, but crying. It was just weird. I can't explain it.
Did he try to help Harmony while he was striking her?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what you did to help, to try to help.
I put my arm up and said to stop, but he looks at me and he gave me this look that was like evil. It's his crazy eyes. I didn't like it, and I couldn't stop him from hitting her, because the look that he gave me was scary. I was scared.
What were you feeling when he looked at you like that?
Like he was either going to hit me or just, I don't know. It was weird. And that was
Well, you take the
like
hit
one of the
instead
first
of the
times
child.
that I've seen him look at me like that.
Was it the last time you saw him look at you like that?
No.
And we'll talk about that more. But I want to focus on this drive. You said that Harmony's crying. She's making this weird noise.
Yeah.
Where was she in the vehicle?
She was behind the passenger seat.
And who was in front of her in that car?
I was.
You described the defendant almost coming over the seat.
Yes.
Was he still driving at that point?
Some, like, kind of. Like, between the red lights, and it definitely at the red lights. I remember that.
How was he striking her?
By punching her in the head.
Where were your other two children at that time?
In the back seat.
And what were they doing?
They had no idea what was going on.
How old were they?
Seamus was about 2.5, and Declan was 11 months old.
Did you look back at Harmony at any point?
No,
Why not?
because I was scared.
What were you scared of?
If Adam was going to say something, or if he hurt her really bad, it was going to look really bad.
You were scared of what Harmony would look like? That attempt to intervene, were you successful in that?
No,
Did he stop after that?
shortly after that,
Shortly after that. Did he say anything to you when he stopped?
he said he thinks that he really hurt her. But he felt something.
When he said that he thinks he really hurt her, where was the vehicle at that point?
At Burger King?
At the Burger King?
Yes.
And what did the defendant do after he stopped hitting Harmony, after he said, I think I really hurt her?
Nothing.
Did you order food from Burger King?
Yes.
Where was Adam when you were ordering food from Burger King?
In the driver's seat.
Did you go inside to the Burger King or something else?
No. I don't remember going in there.
Did you go through the drive-thru?
Yes.
And so who ordered the food?
Adam did.
And what did you do with the food that he had ordered?
Ate it, gave some to the kids.
Where were you when you ate the food?
In the parking lot
Which parking lot?
of Burger King.
Now, the kids were behind you at that point.
Yes.
Is that what you testified to?
Yes.
And who gave them food?
I did.
Did you see Harmony when you were giving them food?
No.
Why not?
Because she was under the blanket.
Who put her under the blanket?
Adam.
That's the same blanket that you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
The same blanket he would cover her with?
Yes.
Where did you go from the Burger King parking lot, Kayla?
Went back to Colonial Village
And how did you get there?
with the vehicle. Adam driving.
Was Harmony still under the blanket when you arrived at Colonial Village?
Yes.
And that moaning that you mentioned, that weird noise that she was making, was she still making it?
No.
How long did that noise that she was making last?
I don't remember. It wasn't. I don't remember. I don't remember if it was too long. I don't remember if it was after we were at Colonial Village for a little bit or if it was before.
That moaning, did it eventually stop?
Yes.
Did you check on Harmony at any point after the moaning stopped?
No.
Did Adam?
No.
Why didn't you check on her?
Because I was scared.
When you arrived at the Colonial Village parking lot, when you arrived back there, what did you and the defendant do?
We got drugs and got high.
When you say we got drugs and got high, what drugs did you get, Kayla?
Heroin and crack.
And how long did you use those drugs for in that parking lot?
Probably we were there for probably 10 or 15 minutes.
Where did you go from the Colonial Village parking lot?
I don't remember where we were going, but I know we left.
You left at some point.
Yes.
And what happened when you left the parking lot?
We made it to the next street over, going towards Elm Street, and the car died when we got to the traffic light, and it wouldn't start or anything, and so we were stuck without a vehicle.
What was the defendant doing when the car died?
He was trying to get a jump, and there was no jumping the vehicle, and so we ended up having to leave it. And when we were getting out of the car and getting the kids out of the car, Harmony had passed away.
Let's talk about that. When you say Harmony had passed away, when did you realize that Harmony had passed away?
When Adam was trying to wake her up and she didn't reply or anything.
Was he saying things to her to try to wake her up?
Yeah, he said Harmony, and he kept saying baby girl, like, and trying to budge her, and there was nothing.
Was he touching her?
Yes.
What was he doing to her body at that point?
Trying to figure out what to do and getting all the kids out of the car. He took the duffel bag that was in the trunk and and put her in the duffel bag.
You mentioned this duffel bag from the trunk.
Yeah.
Had you seen that duffel bag before, Kayla? What was it used
Yes.
for?
When we got kicked out of the house, we put clothes in there for everybody. And it was in the trunk of the car.
Did you see him put Harmony in that duffel bag?
Yes.
How did he put her in there, Kayla?
He like folded her in half and put her in the double bag.
Did he call 911 at any point?
No.
Did you?
No.
And when you saw him put her in that duffel bag, did you attempt to get away, to run?
No.
Why not?
They had the 2 other kids, and I was scared.
Scared of?
That something would happen to me or Adam and the kids.
You said you saw him put her in that duffel bag, fold her up and put her in there.
Yes.
What did her face look like when you saw her go into that bag?
It was all black and blue, and her face was puffy. Her eyes were puffy.
Did he say anything to you after he put her in that duffel bag?
I don't remember.
What did you do after he put her in the duffel bag?
We took the kids and we walked back to Colonial Village.
What did you do once you arrived at Colonial Village?
Put the bag in the snowbank so Anthony wouldn't see it.
I'm sorry, so that who wouldn't see it, Kayla?
Anthony,
That's Anthony Badero.
yes.
Where was the snowbank that you put? And sorry, let me clarify. Who put her in a snowbank?
Adam,
Where was that snowbank that he put her in?
in the embankment from the parking lot,
What was around that snow embankment?
a dumpster, and cars and snow.
And you said he put it in there so that Anthony Badero wouldn't see.
Yeah.
What did the defendant do after he put that duffel bag in the snowbank?
Left her there. And we got a ride from Bodero to get the stuff out of our car.
And where was your car at that point?
It was at that street. We ended up leaving it, and when we came to the car, it was already getting towed.
And Mr. Badero gave you a ride back to your vehicle.
Yes.
Were you able to get belongings out of the vehicle?
Yes.
And who did that? Who got those items out?
Adam and myself.
That vehicle was your home at the time.
Yes.
What did you do after that in terms of a shelter?
Bodero let us sleep in his car for the weekend until I figured something out.
Just for the weekend.
Yeah.
Is that what you had asked him for? Or is that what he said, just for the weekend?
That's what he said.
And what kind of vehicle did Mr. Badero have?
An Audi,
Do you remember what color it was?
blue.
Was it a car, a sedan, or an SUV?
A car.
And I want to talk about the time that you were living in that car that weekend. Where was Harmony's body at that point when you were living in Mr. Badero's vehicle?
In the trunk of the car.
And did the defendant ever move it from the trunk of the car to another location?
Yes.
Where would he put it?
Near the dumpster.
Why?
So Anthony wouldn't see it.
Was it cold outside at the time?
Yes.
You mentioned snow. Was there snow on the ground?
Yes.
Did something happen to the vehicle that first night you were staying in Mr. Badero's car?
Yes, the battery died.
What did the defendant do when the battery died?
Used somebody's phone and called Miss Frayne.
Is that Kimberly Frayne?
Yes.
Are you aware of him communicating with any other people regarding the dead car?
Not that I remember.
At that time, did the defendant have a Facebook account?
Yes.
Do you know if he had a Facebook account?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
But you recall a call to Miss Frayne.
Yes.
And what happened after that call?
She showed up with a battery pack jumper to jump the car.
Was she successful in jumping the car?
Yes.
And what were you doing while that was going on?
I was in the car with the kids,
Where was Miss Frayne?
outside of the car with
Where-
Adam.
I was going to ask, where was the defendant? Where was Harmony at that point when the car was being jumped?
In the trunk of the car.
What did you and the defendant do for food during your time in Mr. Badero's car?
Bodero bought us pizza and brought it down to the car.
You mentioned being there for 2 nights,
Yes.
and the first night the battery died.
Yes.
When was the pizza given to you?
I think it was the next night. Because he did give us food for a couple of dinners. He gave us food. We had the pizza and stuff like
Could you repeat that, please?
a couple of nights we got pizza.
And did you leave Mr. Badero's vehicle after that weekend?
Yes.
After those 2 nights you left?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors where you went?
I went to my aunt's house,
And what's your aunt's name?
Kimberly Simmons,
Where did Miss Simmons live at the time?
in Manchester.
Was she on South Main Street?
Yes.
And how did you get to your aunt's home?
Bodero dropped us off.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Yes, you may.
So, Kayla, I'm going to hand you 3 exhibits, and I'm just going to ask that you look at the first one and look at what you need. So that first one, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25 for identification, do you recognize what's depicted on that item?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
It's the apartment that my aunt lived in.
That again is on South Main Street.
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your aunt's apartment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 25.
Any objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Now, Kayla, when Mr. Badero dropped you, the defendant, and your 2 children off, where was Harmony's body?
In the duffel bag.
And who had that duffel bag?
Adam.
And what did he do with that duffel bag when you got to your aunt's house?
He placed it under the porch.
And you pointed at the exhibit just now. If you could just hold it up and show the jurors where you're pointing. I'm gonna take. Can you show me where you pointed? Taylor, if you can take a look at exhibit 20, 26, and 27, what's been marked as ID for 26 and 27. What's depicted on those two items, Taylor?
The porch. Up close.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your aunt's porch?
Yes.
Is there a difference in the two photos?
Yes. 27 has measuring tape, looks like.
And Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full States Exhibit 26 and 27.
The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
And I move to publish these here.
You may.
It's heartbreaking and it's disgusting.
Harmony's body in a duffel bag under the porch.
Fucking makes me mad.
Yes.
This is the porch that he put her under.
Yes.
Did he go into the home that day, into your aunt's home?
Yes.
How long were you there for, Taylor?
A few hours. We were trying to figure out where to go.
What was the purpose of your trip to your aunt's home?
To talk so that she could talk to my mother so that she'll let us stay at her place.
What's your mother's name?
Christina Lubin.
So if I understand, you wanted your aunt to talk to your mother.
Yeah.
Did you end up seeing your mother that day?
Yes.
How did you come to see her that day?
She came to pick us all up, myself, Adam, and the kids, the two boys,
Where was Harmony at that point?
in a duffel bag.
And how did your mother pick you up? How did she arrive at your aunt's home?
She came in her van.
And what happened to that bag that Harmony was in when your mother came to pick you up?
We put it in the van.
And when you say we put it in the van, who put it in the van?
Adam.
How long did Harmony's body stay in the van?
Probably about 5 to 10 minutes.
Was it in there while you were traveling somewhere?
Yes.
Where were you going?
To my mother's place.
Did the defendant keep Harmony's body in the van?
For the drive, yes.
What did he do with Harmony's body when you arrived at your mother's home?
He took it out of the van and put her on the side near the trash at first until he figured out where to put her.
And what did he figure out in terms of where to put her?
There was a cooler in the hall walkway that the residents used to get in and out of the building, and it was on my mom's floor level in the hallway. And he put the he put the duffel bag in the cooler.
And what was in the duffel bag at that point?
Harmony.
So he removed her from the trash. He put her in this cooler.
Yes.
Her body was still in the duffel bag at that point.
Yes.
May I approach her?
Yes, you may.
And may I do it for you?
Yes, you may.
So I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 28 for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the cooler that was on the porch in my mom's hallway.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the cooler?
Yes.
That's what it looked like.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 28.
Right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
And I move to publish.
Yes, you may.
Kayla, how did Harmony's body fit into this cooler?
Adam pushed it in the cooler so it would fit.
Is that something you saw him do?
Yes.
Were there any noises when he did that?
Not that I remember.
How long was she stored in that cooler for?
For a couple weeks.
And how long did you stay with your mother for? How long were you with Christina Lubin?
For a couple weeks.
Did her body stay in that cooler for the entire time you were with your mother?
Yes.
Why?
I honestly don't know.
How often did you see that cooler when you were living with your mother?
Every day. Multiple times a day.
Where was the cooler kept?
In the hallway.
Was that your mother's hallway, or was it?
It was access to everybody who lived in the building, but it was on the level of my mom's apartment.
And tell us about that hallway. What else was kept there?
I don't remember.
Were there other items in that hallway?
I don't remember.
Where did you go after living with your mother?
To the FIT shelter, families in transition.
And when you moved to the families in transition shelter, is that FIT, the FIT shelter?
Yes.
When you moved to the FIT shelter, where was Harmony's body?
Adam put her in the ceiling, in the vent of the room that we stayed in.
What room did he stay in while you lived with the families in transition? The families in transition shelter, Kayla.
It was the first room. It was room 1.
And how did he access the ceiling to store her in there?
He used the bunk bed and climbed up in the ceiling.
Was there something that allowed him to access the ceiling that was above that bunk bed?
It was a vent.
Who slept under that bed?
The kids.
Where did the defendant sleep?
We all slept on the floor on the mattresses.
So, Kayla, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification of States Exhibit 30 through 34. Can you please look at each of these items in turn and describe what's depicted?
This is the outside of the family shelter.
And that's States Exhibit 30.
And this is the door to room 1, and next to it is the second room.
That's Exhibit 30.
This is the room.
I'm just going to ask to move it a little away from the microphone. Thank you.
And when you say this is the room, whose room was that?
It was the room that we stayed in.
And that setup, the way the room is set up, is that similar to how it was when you lived there?
Yes.
And that's States Exhibit 32. Let's go to States Exhibit 33. What is depicted there?
The vent above the bed.
And what happened with that vent?
Adam moved it so he could go in the ceiling.
Now, did you ever touch that vent, Kayla?
No.
And State's Exhibit 34?
Right, just straight.
The vent.
Can you imagine how many people saw that bag and had no idea?
Are
there was-
those fair and accurate representations? Is that consistent with your memory of what those items looked like?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 30 through 34.
Any objection?
Only through 34.
All right, the idea is stricken. Those are entered as full exhibits and may be published to the jury.
And so, Kayla, I'm holding up what's been marked or what's been admitted at State's Exhibit 30. What is this item? What is depicted here?
The outside of the family shelter.
How long did you live at this family shelter for?
A month and a half almost.
And State's Exhibit 30? What's depicted in this image?
The room that was the one we stayed in was on the left side, room 1, and the other room is the second one next to it.
So you stayed in room 1,
Yes.
and you mentioned room 2 being beside it.
I know, and he had to have her, right?
And State's Exhibit 30.
There were people who loved her and wanted her.
33. You mentioned that this
This
was
ass.
consistent with what the room looks like when you lived there.
Oh,
Yes.
so disgusting.
And those are the bunk beds that you mentioned.
Yes.
And you said you could see the vent that was used in these images.
Yes.
And can you remind the jury what's in State's Exhibit 34?
That's the vent that he climbed up to and put Harmony in the ceiling.
When you say he climbed up to the Harmony in the ceiling, who is he?
Adam.
At the time you were living at the Families in Transition shelter, was there anything going on with Harmony's body? Was she having any changes? Or was her body having any changes?
Yes.
And I want you to tell the jurors what those changes were.
You could smell a horrible smell that was coming through the vents.
Do you remember that horrible smell?
Yes.
Did maintenance come at some point while you were living there because of that smell?
Yes.
And what happened when those maintenance workers came?
She is in custody.
Adam took her
Yep. She does seem like she's on something
back
for sure.
down from out of the ceiling. And brought the bag in the bathroom.
She's been in prison for
And
over
what
a
happened
year
when Adam brought
for perjury.
Harmony down from the ceiling?
I'm not sure how long what she's worked out.
That she was starting to smell and there was fluid leaking.
So you smelled her. And did you see the fluid?
No, I didn't see it.
How do you know about the fluid that was leaking?
Adam said that.
What did he say?
He said that there was blood up in the ceiling and fluid.
And so what did he do with that duffel bag containing Harmony after you removed her from the ceiling because of maintenance?
He put her in a trash bag.
And I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 52 for identification.
Yes.
Kayla, do you
Right,
recognize
Happy?
the item that's depicted in this
Almost
image?
aggravating.
Yes.
What is that?
The
I
CMC
want to ask her, were you bawling and
Diaper
squalling and
bag.
carrying on like a shit
Is that
while this
a
was
fair and
happening?
accurate representation of the CMC diaper bag?
Jeez.
Yes.
And how about State's Exhibit 53?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation
Yes.
of the item that's depicted?
Yes.
And what is that item?
It's the bag that Adam put Harmony in.
So you mentioned garbage bags that he put her in.
Yes.
What did he put those garbage bags into, if anything?
He put the garbage bags inside that bag.
So, Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike ID, strike what's been marked as ID and mark as full States Exhibit 52 and 53.
An objection?
And I move to publish, sorry.
52 and 53, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits and they may be published to the jury.
Kayla, how did Harmony's body fit into this bag?
Adam squished her in it.
I'm sorry, can you say that a little bit louder?
Adam squished her into the bag.
Yeah, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 85. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this similar to that CMC bag?
Yes.
Is it in fact identical to that CMC bag?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID of States Exhibit 85 and mark as full and publish to the jury.
Any objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
So the defendant put Harmony into garbage bags and he squished her into a bag like this one.
Yes.
This again was at the Families in Transition shelter.
Yes.
Where did he do that to her?
In the bathroom of the room that we stayed in.
Were you in the bathroom with him when he did that?
No.
Did you hear anything when he was doing that to her in the bathroom?
I heard a loud bang.
Could you see what was going on in there?
No.
You mentioned the defendant stuffing Harmony into the duffel bag
Yes.
at that intersection in the car guide.
Yes.
And then you mentioned him squishing her into this bag.
Yes.
Did she fill that bag, that CMC bag that you just saw?
Yes.
Her body filled that bag?
Yes.
And what did he do with the bag after he put her in there?
He put her back in the ceiling.
You mentioned being at the Families in Transition shelter for a month and a half.
Yes.
During that time, did the defendant begin discussing disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her body?
No.
At some point, did he begin discussing disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her body?
Yes.
And what was his plan? What was his idea for getting rid of her?
To use lime. And dismember her.
What did he believe that lime would do if he used it on her body? Did the
The objection is sustained. Jen, you can rephrase the question, please.
Did the defendant tell you what he believed lime would do if he used it on Harmony's body?
Yes,
What did he tell you?
that it will help decay her body.
That it would help decay her body?
Yes,
Did he tell you what he believed dismembering her would do?
no,
But he told you that that was his plan?
yes.
Counsel, can you approach for just a minute? As I had said to you, we will take a mid-morning break. I think this is a good time to do that. I'm going to ask the witness for the moment, please remain on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, I remind you, don't discuss the evidence that you've heard, this case with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up anything on your phones. Make sure you're avoiding any headlines. And we will take a 15-minute break, so we'll come back and start testimony again in about 5 of. Okay? All rise for the jurors, please.
Am I sitting or am I standing?
Everybody could probably use a second, huh? Whew. You know what I kept thinking when he was talking about stuffing her in that bag? I was thinking of Chris Watt stuffing those little girls in that silo. Remember, it was really small area. I just can't imagine. It is awful. I don't know why with the Chris Watt, that's all I kept thinking that over and over. Like, I mean, he did a lot of horrible things. I just like, how could you imagine he had to keep shoving and oh my God. Ugh. Just unreal. Yeah, exactly, Happy. I know. God. It is really hard to get your head around. Well, I can't. Oh, Lord. All right, I'll put it back on. I just fast forwarded through the recess.
Just be careful of the wires, please.
You're afraid of hot dog buns. You're afraid of nothing. You're afraid of
All rise for the jurors, please.
Yeah, he's still not there. Coward piece of shit.
we're going to scare the fear out of
And how exactly are we going to do that?
Here's the plan. Ian, you're going to be the doc.
Something else.
We're going to take some stuff.
Rise for the jury.
Yeah, so far he hasn't been there. Not sure when or if he will make an appearance. I have a feeling that he's going to testify because he's blaming her for this. So
You may be seated.
I don't know,
Between
Cross
holes
ought to
whenever
be
you're
very. It's going to be a lot, I guess. I assume.
Ms. Montgomery, I remind you to remain under oath.
Kayla, before, excuse me. Before we broke, you were telling us about your time in the fit shelter.
Yes.
And you mentioned the defendant taking Harmony's body out of that ceiling. She was still in the duffel bag.
Yes.
Brought her into the bathroom. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said when he was in there, you couldn't see what was going on, but you heard a bang.
Yeah.
What was he doing to her?
Trying to fit her in that bag.
When you say trying to fit her into that bag, is that the bag like this one?
Yes.
And you heard a bang while he was doing that.
Yes.
Did you hear any other noises?
No.
How long was he in the fit shelter bathroom trying to fit her into this bag?
About a couple hours.
You mentioned him putting her in garbage bags and then squishing her into a bag like that one.
Yes.
The duffel bag that he had initially put her in, what happened to that duffel bag?
He got rid of it.
Do you know what he did with it?
I don't know what he did with it. But it was no longer, we didn't have it anymore.
And was that after the bathroom?
Yes.
You said that Harmony's body was beginning to smell and that it was horrible.
Yes.
Did the defendant take measures to combat that smell?
Yes.
What did he do?
That is when he took her down from the ceiling and brought her into the bathroom to put her in the garbage bags and to get her to fit in that bag that's similar to that one. And he asked me to bring the bag to his job.
Where was his job at the time? Where was he working?
At Portland Pie in Manchester.
This is still while you were at the Families in Transition Shelter?
Yes.
How long did he work there for?
2 months.
And you said he asked you to bring the bag to him at work.
Yes.
Did you obey?
Yes.
About how did you get there from the Families in Transition Shelter to his work?
I walked
And where was the bag at that point?
in the stroller.
How long of a walk is that from the shelter to his work at Portland Pie?
About 10-15 minutes.
Was anyone with you during that walk?
My 2 kids.
Why did you obey the defendant when he told you to bring Harmony's body in that bag to his work?
Because I was scared.
Are you aware of what he did with her body once you brought it to him?
Yes.
What did he do with it?
He put it.
Sustained. If you would rephrase the
Your
question.
Honor, you said you're aware of what he did with her body at his work at the Portland Pie Pizza Company. How are you aware of what he did with it, Kayla?
because he told me that he put her in the freezer.
Was that the only time, to your knowledge, that he put her in the freezer, or were there more times where he brought her and put her in the freezer?
That was my only time.
I want to go back for just a moment. When he was in the bathroom, you said it was for several hours.
Yes.
Are you aware of him doing anything to clean up in that bathroom?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what he did to clean up?
He used ammonia to clean up anything that happened in that bathroom.
How do you know he used ammonia to clean up anything that happened in that bathroom?
Because he specifically bought it.
Were you with him when he bought it?
I don't remember.
But you remember him using ammonia to clean.
Yes.
Did he tell you what he believed the ammonia would do?
It wouldn't show evidence of any blood or fluids.
And did he tell you at that point why he didn't want evidence to be shown, why he didn't want anything to be shown down the road?
So he wouldn't get in trouble and nobody could find anything.
Why did he put Harmony in the freezer at the Portland Pie Pizza Company?
Because he said that if she's in the freezer, there wouldn't be any fluids or anything leaking.
At some point around that time, did you get tax returns, your tax refunds?
Yes.
Do you remember around when that was?
March, February or March, I believe, in 2021.
So I still want to talk about the time you were at the fit shelter. Did you eventually leave the fit shelter?
Yes.
And where did you live after the fit shelter?
Union Street in Manchester.
Do you remember when you moved into Union Street in Manchester?
Yes.
What day did you move there?
February 20th, 2020.
And did you sign a lease agreement for that apartment?
Yes.
Did you list Harmony as a child?
No.
How about on your tax returns? Did you list Harmony as a child?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors why you did that?
Because she lived with us for 6 months or more, and Adam told me to leave her on there
Did he tell you why he wanted you to leave her on there?
so that it would just show that we still had her living with us.
So you moved into your apartment on Union Street on February 20th, is that what you said?
Yes.
And that's of 2020?
Yes.
Where was he keeping Harmony at that point?
In the refrigerator of our apartment.
And I asked you earlier, and I think you said he began to discuss dismembering Harmony.
Yes.
What did he say about dismembering her?
That he just wanted
Hi,
to
Colin.
put her
It's rough stuff here.
in, he would put her in pieces to get rid of her.
And was that at the Union Street apartment?
Yes.
That's where that discussion occurred?
Yes.
Did he ever discuss using tools on Harmony with you? Using tools on her body?
He said that he was going to try and use a saw. He wanted to use a hand saw or a NutriBullet.
She seems to be on something, Jerry. She does.
And a NutriBullet. NutriBullet.
This is Kayla. It is disgusting. It's so
Kayla, I'm
bad.
showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63 for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize the item
She
that's
is
depicted?
incarcerated right
Exhibit?
now,
Yes.
so I don't know.
Can you
But
tell the
she
jurors
does
what it
seem to
is?
be on something
It's
for
a
sure.
handsaw.
It's a handsaw.
Yeah.
Do you recognize this handsaw?
Yes.
When the defendant discussed dismembering Harmony, using tools on her,
Yes.
is this a saw that he discussed doing that with?
Yes.
Is this an accurate representation of that saw as you remember it?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID, mark as full, State's Exhibit 63, and publish to the jurors.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
I know, Jerry, that I was
So
just
this
gonna
is the
say,
saw that he discussed.
Did
using
she
to
say-
dismember Harmony's body.
Yes.
oh my,
Discussion.
no.
Again, occurred at the Union Street
Like a
apartment.
blender?
Yes.
Oh, shit. Oh my God.
You talked about something else just then, and we barely caught it. You mentioned a NutriBullet.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what that is, what a NutriBullet is?
It's like a blender that you can make smoothies in or any kind of puree food item.
And what did the defendant say about using a NutriBullet, a blender on Harmony?
When we lived on Union Street,
What did he say about it?
he said that it would be good to use. It would help get rid of her.
It helped get rid of Harmony.
Yes.
Earlier, you mentioned
Oh
the
my
defendant talking about
God.
line, the idea that
Oh,
what was
no.
his idea? What was his purpose of using lime?
That it would help her body decay.
That's what he told you?
Yes.
Dale, I've shown you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And what can you tell me about this item? Do you recognize anything, particular markings on this item?
The bag of lime on the left side is similar to the one that he had.
When you say it's similar to the one that he had, who's he? Who's the he that you're
Adam.
referring to?
Adam.
And is there a circle around that bag?
Yes.
And is there writing underneath it?
Yes.
Do you recognize that writing?
It's my initials.
Is this an accurate representation of the item that you circled and initialed?
Yes.
Did you write those initials?
Yes.
Did you circle this item?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
To let it be known that that's the item that was similar to the one that he had.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full and publish State's Exhibit 62.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit and it may be published.
Kayla, who were you with when you circled this bag of lime?
Detective Dunleavy and Riley.
Is that Max Redhill?
Yeah, that
Another
one.
detective?
Yeah.
So you're with law enforcement.
Yes.
And they asked you if you could identify. Had you seen?
I'm sorry, objection sustained.
Had you seen a bag of lime in your Union Street apartment?
Yes.
Where was that bag of lime located in your Union Street apartment?
In the bathroom.
Do you know how that bag of lime got there?
No,
Did you buy that bag of lime?
no.
When you saw that bag of lime in the bathroom of Union Street, what was going on in that bathroom at the time?
Adam was trying to thaw her body.
When you say Adam was trying to de-thaw her body, what was he doing specifically?
Taking the clothes off of her and putting her in the bag of lime.
And when he was trying to de-thaw her body, where was Harmony's body at the time?
In the bathtub.
And that's when you saw the bag of lime?
Yes.
Did you see Harmony's body in the bathtub?
Yes.
I want you to tell the jurors what you saw of her body in that bathtub.
I saw Harmony in the bathtub, still folded together the same way that she was left in the bag when we took her out of the car. And she just looked like she had just barely any skin, like she was just a layer of skin and bone. And she was all bruised up.
And what was the defendant doing to de-thaw her?
He had the hot water running from the shower.
And where was the hot water running in the shower?
In the bathroom.
Where was the hot water running in relation to Harmony's body?
The Union Street apartment.
I know.
Oh my God.
Harmony's body, where was it in the Union Street apartment?
In the tub.
Was the hot water touching her?
Yes.
What the
He
hell
was
is
running
she?
it over her?
Oh my
Yes.
God.
And what was he doing to Harmony's body during this process?
Taking the clothes off of her.
I
Was
know,
he touching
Mama, I
her at
know.
all
Oh my
during that
God.
process?
Yes.
Tell us how he was touching her.
He was cutting the clothes
God.
off of her and
Pets aren't welcome here, and robots neither.
just de-thawing her.
De-thaw is not a word. Fuck. I am just.
Did he tell you to help him at some point?
Yes.
Did you obey him?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was scared.
How did you help him?
I helped him take the clothes off of her
How did he take the clothes off of her?
by cutting it with scissors.
What did he do with her body after he cut the clothes off of her?
Put her in the bag of lime.
You mentioned these clothes. What clothes was she wearing when he put her into that tub?
She had a hoodie on. And she had her leggings on. That's
Did you leave that bathroom at some point while he was in there?
yeah,
Why? Why'd you leave the bathroom?
because I needed to check on the kids, and I couldn't be in there anymore
And let's talk about that. What do you mean you couldn't be there in there anymore?
because I couldn't handle it. I didn't want to see anything.
She is just as bad. Yes, and so is mom.
How long was he in the bathroom for?
And
that
mom's
day?
about to have another baby too.
A few
These
hours.
people make me sick.
And that was with Harmony's body.
Yes.
At some point, did he
Russell.
close the door to the bathroom?
Sorry.
Yes.
Were you able to hear what he was
This is-
doing in there?
No.
Were you able to?
And she is
Why weren't you
stupid.
able to hear what he was
Stupid
doing
and
in
she's
there?
evil.
Because our neighbor next door
Fucking
always had
dethaw
loud
shit.
music
And
playing.
people trying to dethaw a child. You
And
guys are
I
fucking
couldn't
gross.
tell what noises were happening.
You mentioned a shower being on earlier.
Yes.
Did that shower stay on after you left the bathroom?
It was on when I left the bathroom, yes.
And did it stay on? Did he leave it on?
Yes.
Did he take breaks from what he was doing in the bathroom at any point?
No.
Did he leave the bathroom at any point?
No.
How many bags did you see in the bathroom with him?
3.
And what was happening with each of those bags?
He had lime in the bags.
So one of the bags was a bag of lime.
Yes.
Was it a large bag or a small bag?
The bags that he was putting them in were large trash
The
bags.
bag that contained the lime, was that a large bag or a small bag?
It was a large bag.
A large bag of lime.
Yes.
You said that he was putting that lime into a bag.
Yes.
Was there anything else in the bag when he was putting the lime in?
No.
Did you see Harmony's body go into the bag?
No.
What happened to Harmony's body after it was in the bathtub?
It was in the CMC bag.
What did he do with the CMC bag?
Put Harmony in it.
What did he do with the lime that was in the bathroom?
It was in the big trash bags.
The lime was in the big trash bags?
Well, I know he put the lime in trash bags, but I didn't see that bag after.
Which bag did you not see after
The
that?
lime bag.
Did he also add lime to the CMC bag?
Yes.
Was he talking to you during this process?
No.
He was working.
Yeah.
At any point, did you see him remove Harmony's body from the bathtub?
No.
You mentioned earlier that he put Harmony's body back into the CMC bag.
Yes.
How do you know that he did that?
Because he put the bag back in the freezer after.
You mentioned garbage bags.
Yes.
What was he doing with the garbage bags in that bathroom?
He had the big garbage bags put in the CMC bag and had the lime in the bag.
And that clothing that you mentioned, you used scissors to cut off her clothing.
Yes.
What happened to her clothing? What happened to Harmony's clothes?
It was put in a trash bag.
Was anything else put into that trash bag with her or with the clothes?
Not that the duffel bag.
So you saw the duffel bag again after the fit shelter.
Yes.
And that trash bag that the duffel bag went into, that the clothes went into, what happened to that trash bag?
I don't know.
Did the defendant tell you what he planned to do with that trash bag?
Throw them away.
Did he tell you specifically where he was going to throw it away?
He just said he wasn't going to leave them in our trash area. He was going to bring them somewhere.
Did he say why he wasn't going to leave them in your trash?
So that there's no evidence.
Do you recall telling investigators that when you saw Harmony in the bathtub, the defendant was squishing the liquids out of her?
No.
They abolished it in
You mentioned earlier
2019,
the defendant talked about dismembering Harmony.
Colin.
Yes.
So
Did he do
actually,
that in the bathroom?
if
I
he
don't
killed
know.
her before May 30th,
That conversation about dismembering Harmony,
but I feel like
conversation about using the tools.
I don't really think they'll do
how
that. The
close in
last
time
time
is that to the
anybody
steps, the
was
actions the defendant took
executed in that state was 1939.
Well, I know that the conversation with the
I don't
tool
think that
happened
will
when I
happen,
lived with my
actually.
mother.
Okay.
We were staying at my mother's house.
But as far as eligible, it's real iffy. I'm
And
not.
by the time that he
No.
was trying to, I don't even know what he did, but it was a few months after.
You mentioned earlier that the defendant squished Harmony at the fit shelter. He squished Harmony into that CMC bag.
Yes.
We're hoping for
You said
jailhouse
that
justice.
her body filled that bag.
Yes.
How was he able to add lime to that bag if it was full of Harmony's body?
I don't know.
You don't know what he did in that bathroom.
No.
And I believe you said this already, but what did he do with the bag, the CMC bag, after he was done in the bathroom?
He put it in the freezer.
I can't believe that they just had a child's body in the
Did the
refrigerator,
defendant
freezer.
ultimately
Just
dispose of
my
what
God.
remained of Harmony's body?
how many people at his work came in
I don't
contact
know.
with the
Did
body?
he get rid
I
of
mean,
her
I
body?
just cannot even handle this.
Not then.
Hi,
At some
Mirandi.
point.
Yes.
And so I want to turn your attention to that. At some point, did he have a conversation with you about getting rid of that CMC bag, of getting rid of Harmony's body?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that conversation involved, what he said?
He said that that he wanted to get rid of her body soon because he was scared that if anything ever happened, he was scared of what would happen to him and me and the kids.
And what steps did the defendant take to get rid of that CMC bag that had Harmony's body in it?
He got in touch with an old friend of his,
Do you remember that old friend's name?
Travis Beach.
Did you know Travis Beach at the time?
No,
Had you met him before?
no.
Do you know how the defendant got in touch with Travis Beach?
I don't know who reached out to who, but I knew it was about selling a gun.
And did Travis Beach ever come to your apartment?
Yes,
Did he come to your apartment with a female?
yes.
Do you know that female's name?
Brittany.
And is that Brittany
Hey,
Bedard?
crazed.
Yes.
She's definitely sedated, or she's got something tough. She definitely is really out of it, and she's real fucking stupid. This is horrible. This is absolutely horrible.
You always have to have the last word. I'm sorry, it's just my
They carried that child around dead, had her all kinds of places. I can't believe.
go first. Smart Alex. What? In my dictionary. What? Oh, that's an idea. What puts you on a leash? In your tree.
Some of the verbiage in here has just been horrific.
Oh no, over my dead body.
It's horrible. I don't know how you fall asleep at night knowing that you've done, I mean, just to have no remorse about this at all.
You may proceed.
God, it's horrible. This is stepmom. This is Kayla. That helped carry the body around forever.
Miss Montgomery, you mentioned a Brittany coming to your house.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the person that's depicted in this image? And I should say, for the record, I'm showing Kayla what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 55.
That's Declan.
You recognize the individual in this image?
Yeah.
And you said it's Declan?
Yes.
Who is Declan to you?
My son.
I know, tough. I know. I don't get it.
Brittany, did she stay at your house for very long?
A couple days.
Okay. And at some point after Travis Beach, Brittany Bedard arrived at your home on Union Street, did you go to a hotel with them?
Yes.
At some point after they came to your house that day, when you went to that hotel with them, did you become aware of a U-Haul?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of this U-Haul?
So that Adam can use it to dispose of Harmony's body.
Do you remember the name of the hotel that you stayed at?
The Econolodge.
And you mentioned not having an ID, not having a license. Whose name was that Econolodge room under?
Brittany.
Did they stay at the Econolodge with you?
Yes.
And were they in the same room as you, or a separate room, or something else?
Separate room.
When did you first become aware of the U-Haul?
Adam had talked to me about having her rent a U-Haul to use.
Did Adam tell you why he wanted her to rent a U-Haul to use?
Because she has a license. And to have it in somebody else's name.
Why did he want that U-Haul rental in someone else's name?
So that they can't prove that Adam rented it.
Did you see the U-Haul rental at any point?
Yes.
Can you describe the U-Haul rental for the jurors?
The rental U-Haul was a van. Like a van that like people that do painting would use.
So it was a rental van.
Yes.
And I want to back up for just a moment. You said you were at the Econolodge Hotel. Was Harmony's body with you in that hotel?
Yes.
Where was that body? Where was Harmony being stored?
In the fridge.
Did the defendant tell you where he planned to dump Harmony's body?
No.
Did he leave with the rental van at some point?
Yes.
Did he leave with the CMC bag at the same time?
Yes.
When did he leave?
It was in the middle of the night.
Did he say anything to you before he left?
No.
Did he tell you what he was doing?
No, but I already knew what he was doing.
And that's because he told you before.
Yes.
Did he tell you specifically why he wasn't telling you where he was going, where he was dumping Harmony?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what he told you.
He said he wasn't telling me where he was bringing her so that if anything like this happened and the cops got involved, that I wouldn't be able to tell. I wouldn't know where she is, so I couldn't tell anybody where she is. Only he would know.
Kayla, where is Harmony's body?
I don't know.
Kayla, where did he dump Harmony?
I don't know.
Did he return to the hotel room?
Yes.
And when did he return?
It was like right before the sun came out
Did he say anything to you when he returned?
that he got rid of her.
That CMC bag, the one that he squished Harmony into,
Yes.
was it still with him?
No.
She's serving time currently for perjury, but
I
she
wanna
got a
switch
deal
gears,
for
Kayla. I told you we'd
testifying.
get back to
Mama.
this, but I want to talk about the time that you were living in the fit shelter, the time you were living in your apartment on Union Street. At some point during that time frame, early 2020, did the defendant begin to suspect that you were informing on him?
Yes.
Did he suspect that you were informing on him about Harmony?
Sustained.
I'll rephrase. What did he suspect that you were informing on him about?
About killing Harmony.
And what did he do because of those suspicions?
He started abusing me.
I want to unpack that abuse. Can you tell the jurors what he did to you?
When he would accuse me of talking to police or detectives, he would ask me if I was telling, and I would say no. And he would say just to tell him the truth, and I wouldn't agree, saying that I did. And then because he would end up hitting me, and I finally said that I did, even though I didn't, but he still hurt me anyway.
You said that he ended up hitting you. He would still hurt me anyway.
Yes.
How did he hurt you, Kayla?
By punching me
Where did he punch you?
in the head.
What did he punch you with, Kayla?
His hands,
Open hand, closed fists, something else?
both.
How often did this happen to you? How often did he do this?
Constantly. It just kept happening.
What was it like living with him back then, Kayla?
It was definitely not good.
Do you recognize what's depicted in what's marked as States Exhibit 99, Kayla?
Yes, it's me with 2 black eyes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you on that day?
Yes,
Do you remember what day this was?
March 17th,
Is that of 2020 or 2021?
2021.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID mark as full and publish to the jury States Exhibit 99.
Any objection? All right, the ID is stricken. It is entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury.
And Kayla, you said that the abuse started in early 2020.
Yes,
You said that this photo was taken in March of 2021.
yes,
You also said that this was a regular occurrence.
yes,
From the time that the abuse began until you took this photograph, was it consistent with the defendant? Was he consistently accusing you?
yes,
Was he consistently hitting you?
yes,
Was he doing things to items in your house?
yes.
What was he doing to the items in your house?
Destroying everything.
Why-
Breaking a lot of stuff.
Why was he breaking things, Kayla?
Because he thought that there was microphones in the house, and I was telling on him. and thought there was cameras.
You said that he would hit you, that he would hurt you. Did he also threaten you?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what he said would happen to you.
He said that he would be able to contact his family member, his Uncle Kevin, and have him kill me and cut me in pieces, and nobody would be able to find me.
Did he say why that would happen? Why he would have that done?
If I ended up telling on him
Telling on him about what?
about Harmony being murdered.
What else did the defendant do when he suspected that you were working with the police?
He was very abusive.
During one of those incidents, do you recall trying to call someone for help, trying to get help?
Yes.
And Caleb, let me ask you this. Do you know someone named Roseanne Smith?
Yes.
Who is Roseanne Smith to you?
She was the public transportation for the ride to the clinic.
I want you to tell the jurors about an incident involving Mrs. Smith.
I was going to the methadone clinic and I left without him while he was sleeping because he would tell me we're not going even when our ride showed up, but I ended up going while he was sleeping. And I was getting dropped off and I had a black eye, and Rose saw my black eye, and I asked her if I could use her phone to call somebody so I could call my mom or somebody to help me. And he saw that I was using her phone and he came and ripped it out of my and her hand. I was handing her back the phone and he ripped it out of her hand and asked who I was calling. And he was being very aggressive.
Again, you were trying to call for help.
Yeah.
Do you know someone named Tara Hilbert?
Yes.
Tell the jurors about an incident involving Miss Hilbert.
Adam would tell me that I couldn't leave the house, and I ended up leaving and running out of the house, and I had my daughter in my arms, and I ran to Tara's apartment, which was right next door, and asked her if she could call my mom. And then Adam came out and followed me and put me in a chokehold and said to tell her to not call my mom, to don't make that phone call or else he's gonna hurt me.
Kayla, why couldn't you leave the house?
Because he thought that I was trying to tell on him.
And let me ask you this, Kayla. When you left the house, were your two small sons still in the house with him?
Yes,
Why did you only take your daughter?
because she was in my arms. I was already feeding her and I just ran. Out and to find help, and I could go back and get the kids.
The image that I showed you, you described having bruising, black eyes.
Yeah.
Does that day stand out to you, Kayla?
Yes,
Why does it stand out to you?
because that's the day that I took the kids and left.
Are you still married to the defendant?
Yes,
When did you get married to him?
on Harmony's birthday in 2017.
Do you remember that day, Harmony's birthday?
Yes,
What day was it?
it was June 7th.
And can you tell us that date again that you left him?
It was March 17th, 2021.
Are you aware of whether or not he began a relationship with another individual after you left him?
No.
Do you know someone named Kelsey Small?
Yeah.
Did you ever meet Kelsey Small?
Yes.
Did officers in December of 2021 contact you regarding Harmony being missing?
Yes.
And you mentioned a lie earlier. Did you stick to that lie?
Yes.
I want you to tell the jurors why you stuck to that lie.
Because Adam told me to just stay saying that lie.
And so when they contacted you in December of 2021, you gave them that lie.
Yes.
And after they left you, did you contact Adam?
Yes.
What did he say when you contacted him?
He said not to say anything and to say I want a lawyer and don't tell them where he is.
Where was he at the time?
In Maine.
And did you tell him to get back here?
Yes.
Kayla, do you remember where you were on December 30th, 2021?
I was at the family shelter.
Do you remember going to a Walmart that day?
Yes.
And Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 65 for identification.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the individuals that are depicted in that image?
It's Kelsey, Adam, and myself.
And can you point to Adam on that image? Is this a fair and accurate representation of you, Kelsey, and Adam at the Walmart on December 30th of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 65.
Any objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury.
And you said, you pointed here?
Yes.
That's Adam?
Yes.
Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 90. I'm just going to ask that you look at each page in turn. Do you recognize the individuals depicted in these images?
Yes. It's Kelsey and me.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Kelsey and me.
Do you see the defendant anywhere in these images?
That's not him. No.
So it's Kelsey and you.
Yeah.
Again, is this the images that are depicted here accurate representations of you and Kelsey that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 90.
Yes.
No, Happy, I don't feel sorry for her either. How can she even cry about getting hit? She should have taken blows for that child and not let the child get hit. I don't feel sorry for her one bit. No, they always cry and are sorry whenever they get caught. I don't see any signs that she was sorry about anything happening to that child. She was just sorry about what was happening to her. In my opinion, anyway. I'm not sure what's going on right now. I walked away for a second.
Mine.
And can you remind us, who were you with at the Walmart that day?
It was myself, Kelsey, and Adam.
Sorry, I guess if I keep going ahead, I'm gonna miss something.
What did you go to the Walmart to do?
To trade phones in for money.
Do you remember how many phones you traded in that day?
Like 3 or more.
Whose phones did you trade in?
Mine and Adam's, and I don't know who else.
And can you remind us, who were you with at the Walmart that day?
It was myself, Kelsey, and Adam.
Kayla, we spoke earlier about your convictions.
Yes.
Was that actually part of a plea agreement that you entered into?
Yes.
The testimony that you've provided today, what is your testimony based on?
Actually being there?
Is it based on the truth?
Yes.
At some point, you were charged with perjury, and we talked about that earlier. But after that charge, did you agree to proffer information, to provide information to the state?
Yes.
What was the sentence that you received for your charges, your perjury charges?
I got a 3.5 to 7 suspended, and then I got a 3.5 to 7 with 1.5 off my minimum.
And what portion of that prison sentence are you currently fulfilling today?
My minimum,
What's the suspended portion of your sentence as a whole?
for it's 3.5 to 7 for 10 years.
Other than the sentence conditions and your cooperation agreement with the state, are there additional conditions that you have to follow right now?
To tell the truth,
What happens if you breach that agreement? What happens if you violate that agreement?
then I get charged with whatever you guys decide to charge me with all my charges that got dropped and whatever else.
Kayla, what's your primary obligation under that agreement?
To tell the truth.
And I want to follow up just briefly with a few of the things that you've said. You testified earlier that the defendant told you he hit Harmony back in July of 2019.
Yes.
You said that he gave Harmony a black eye that day.
Yes.
You said that he murdered Harmony on December 7th, that you witnessed him murder Harmony on December 7th, 2019.
Yes.
You said that you saw him carry Harmony's body for months and compressing her, squishing her into a bag.
Yes.
You said that after months of carrying her, he ultimately disposed of Harmony's body.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you're able to identify the person that you've said did those things. Kayla, I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual that's depicted in this image?
Yes.
Who is that?
Adam Montgomery.
Is that the Adam Montgomery that you referred to as abusing you for those months and months?
Yes.
The same one that you said gave Harmony a black eye?
Yep,
confessed to
Colin,
giving Harmony
I
a black
agree.
eye.
Yes.
The same one that beat Harmony to death, that murdered her in the Sebring.
Yes.
Kayla, at any point, did you pull Harmony out of the Sebring and stuff her into that duffel bag?
No.
At any point, did you fold her in half as you described the defendant doing?
No.
Did you walk her to Badero's?
No.
Did you take her and put her in the ceiling of your room at the Fit Shelter?
No.
Did you smush her into a CMC bag like the one I showed you earlier?
No.
Did you compress her further and add lime to her in the bathroom of your Union Street apartment?
No.
Did you put her in a U-Haul van and dump her somewhere?
No.
Who did those things, Kayla?
Adam Montgomery.
At any point when you were living in that vehicle after you've been evicted, were you ever alone with Harmony?
No.
Why not?
Because we were just always in the car.
Kayla, I want you to look at these jurors. Kayla, did you kill Harmony?
No, I did not.
Did you beat her to death?
No, I did not.
Were you alone with her when she died?
No, I was not.
If I could have just a moment. Kayla, thank you. I have no additional
Yep.
questions.
It sure does. Mom's the boss.
All right. Council, I think this is a good time for the lunch break. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an hour lunch break now. So please return at 1:05. I remind you, do not discuss this case with anyone, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Do not drive by any locations. Do not look at any headlines or other media about this case. Your obligation is to decide this case based exclusively upon the evidence that is presented here at trial and the law as I will give it to you in my instructions. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you back here after the lunch break. Thank you so much for your attention this morning. Ms. Montgomery, I'll have you stay right there for the moment. All rise, please. You can stand at first.
Okay.
Preliminary matters, you can be seated. Any preliminary matters want to discuss? All set this afternoon? Okay, if you need to see the court for any reason, please just.
Well, even if she didn't abuse her herself, she damn sure allowed it. She was right there. She witnessed. She said he would hit her if when she tried to get in the way of him hitting Harmony. Who wouldn't say, go ahead and hit me? I would say you absolutely have to beat the hell out of me. You're not going to get a hold of this child. I'm not going to let you. I mean, who lets that happen? I do too. I do too. No, you don't let that happen. Who sits there and lets that happen? And shove her in a bag. Now, she's sorry that they got caught. Good God, why would you even be with somebody, everybody living in the fucking car? This is gross. I cannot believe that somebody said NutriBullet. I want to throw up. Exactly, Colin. That's exactly right. No, you absolutely, the only way you're getting to that child is through me. She does. Like, she is high as nobody gets a pass because they're an no, of course not. I know. You know what, Jerry, when you said that, I was like, oh my God, I thought I heard it too, but I was like, surely not. Yeah, that one, that was, wow. I cannot with these people. No, and you know what though? I think the mom should be in trouble too. They're trying to act like she's some kind of damn decent fucking human being, and she's pregnant again. God bless. Right. Even if it's a child, if you see a child getting beat in the store, you're going to get in front of that child and take the damn hit. Do whatever, make it stop. A stranger, doesn't matter who it is.
You're a labor, strength, people. You've never lost anything because you've never had anything to lose.
Right.
I'm straight. I've no home, no owner,
Yep.
no one to care.
Right, Jerry. That's exactly right.
And I'm a thief too. I'm not proud. I stole
To think I could just sit there while a child is being punched in the face. Oh my God.
No hope, no one to look at.
Was under a car in the parking lot screaming, and a woman
But I
dragged
was
her
not
out by
bullish.
her foot.
What
Oh,
I
wow.
had, a warm bed, best dishes, and above all, someone who loved me more than anything. We were inseparable. When he was at work, I anxiously waited for him.
Yep.
We spent
Yep.
all our spare time together. We'd wander the streets for hours, or we'd just play play. And then, well, one day it happened.
Throwing rocks at a child. See, who does that?
Pulling
The
at
hell?
leash, and suddenly I was loose. My heart looked at those strange feet and legs of people everywhere. I was completely alone.
No, she has no excuse. She can say whatever. She has no excuse.
But he was gone.
You don't sit there and let that happen to a child,
I started forgetting
regardless,
where I came from. Instead,
for any reason whatsoever.
on the street.
You're afraid he's going to hit you. Can you think about what that child is
It
feeling?
wasn't easy, but I managed.
And that child doesn't have a choice to get out.
So he was a pig like us.
Think twice, stupid. We're strangers now, like
Oh. Well, then we got a roof over our head.
Yeah, these people are so disgusting.
Fix it. I scream for everyone.
And this is actually going to be more irritating too, because I think it's going to be good for her to go through cross-examination, but all they're going to try to do is act like she's the one who did it. I don't think she's actually the one who beat her to death. But we don't need to hear. I can't wait till they act like, he was trying to save his daughter. Hey, he fucking wasn't. That is damn sure.
I'm supposed to say.
Carried the child around in cooler and oh my God. Oh Lord. Yep, me too. Me too. Right. He should never have had that child.
Hey guys, you better leave.
There you go. No, he should not have had her. She should have been. Hold on a second. I should be mean. Oh, right. Right. And it should all and death penalty should mean death penalty. I know. This is what's so disgusting. I want the CPS worker to be brought up on charges too. So everybody who No, it's not. I'm mad that the mom just gets to keep having kids and not taking care of them. What child has she ever taken care of? And they act like, she was looking for her. No, she wasn't. No, she wasn't. I know he should sit there and have to face all this. He's a fucking coward. Just like he is. This is why he beats women and children, because he's a coward. He's not going to sit there and have to take any of this. They should damn well make him. Yeah, that mom is trash. I can't stand any of them. I cannot stand fucking any of them. She should be with Jameson's parents right now. She should have been adopted with them. It's exactly where she should be. None of us should ever have known that a Harmony Montgomery existed. Poor baby. Yeah, I can't stand any of them. Not a damn one of them. And even the uncle, apparently the uncle did more than anybody else, but you left her there with a black eye. No, thank you. Call the police right now. There is. I think they do now. I don't know. I don't really know. Honestly, I can't. I don't know. I really thought after Gabriel Fernandez and you had CPS workers actually charged for the first time ever, I would have thought that they would start thinking a little bit more about. I know. Exactly. She shouldn't have been allowed to just live in the damn car like that. And can you imagine? Everybody said she was potty trained. She potty trained very young. So for her to be going to the bathroom all the time, she was having problems. She was scared. And I don't believe that she tried to hurt the baby. I don't believe that either. I don't know. You know what? Well, the grandparents are the same people who raised these fools, I guess. I don't know. Because I'll play hell that my grandkid would live like that. Well, I'm going to fast forward through and get on with it. Oh my gosh, this has been rough. Legs, did you hear about Legs, did you hear him talk about a NutriBullet? I still can't. I cannot. Right. If she did anything, it was to protect the child in some way. You're right. Right. If she did anything. But of course they're going to make up a reason, right? As if that is, a good reason for it. Oh my God, I can't believe I heard that. Oh my God, I just want to be sick. Who thinks like that? My God. Sick.
You didn't take it personally, right?
Okay, I'm gonna put it back on.
Look,
Yes, legs. Jameson says she always took care of him. Yep. Yep.
Just be careful with the lid on that, please. All right, is everyone ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
all right for the jury.
You may be seated. Ms. Montgomery, I just remind you that you remain under oath.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to have a lot of questions, but I do want to go back to some of the stuff that you said at the end and make sure I understand. I think you said that you were never alone with Harmony once you were evicted.
Right.
And I think you said pretty much the whole family unit stayed in the car.
Yes.
And that was from the time that you were evicted.
Yes.
And I think you also said something about from the time that you were evicted, every time you were in public, Harmony had to be under a cover.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about an accident that was on November 29,
Yes.
and that's the day after Thanksgiving,
Yes.
a couple of days after you got evicted.
Yes.
And after that, on the same day of that accident, you actually went with the family to your mother's house.
Yes.
And so you, Harmony, Declan, and Seamus are there with your mother and her boyfriend and Adam.
Yes.
You were not in the car at that time.
No, we were inside the apartment.
And Harmony was not under a blanket.
No.
And on December, what is it? Second, you and Adam got in another bit of a fender bender, right?
Yes.
And that was out near Market Street, right?
Yes.
And the kids were not in the car that time, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that they were not in the car?
I don't remember if they were in the car or not.
Okay. So do you remember talking to the police about that traffic accident
Yes.
and telling them that you thought, where'd it go? That Harmony was being babysat by Tabitha Scott?
Yes.
Because Harmony and Declan and Seamus were not in the car that accident, right?
From when I was being told, asking to remember that.
I beg your pardon?
I was being asked that question before,
Uh-huh.
and I said maybe they were being babysat by Tabitha because I didn't remember if they were in the car or not.
Okay.
Yeah,
Couldn't
Mom was a
remember
boss.
who might
He
be
beat her
babysitting them,
while they
either
were
your
driving down the
mother
road.
or Tabitha, right?
Right.
apparently.
Because I don't remember not having them in the car.
Okay. If
Or
I
having an
showed you a
accident in the
copy
car.
of the police report on that accident, would that help refresh your recollection of whether or not the kids were in the car?
Yes.
you a copy of our report. It's 4 pages, and you can read anything you want to refresh your recollection, but I would start perhaps there, that talks about the gist of the accident. This is what my fault. I had it.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection about whether the kids were in the car?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you about that conversation with the police. About, you recall the accident,
Yes.
and you recalled that it was near Market Street.
Yes.
And you recalled that accident when you were talking to the police, correct?
Yes.
And I have a copy of that. We'll go back a little bit. You had a conversation with the police June 3rd. You recall that?
Of what year?
I'm sorry, 2022.
Yes.
And during that conversation, the police asked you about that accident, right?
Yes.
And when they asked you about the accident, they suggested that with it being at Market Street in the morning, you had probably just gone to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And they asked you where the kids were, right?
Yes.
And you said, I think Tabby was watching them. I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I don't remember if it was her or my mom, but I don't know because I wasn't really at my mom's house yet because we went on the 11th.
Yes.
Okay. So when they asked where the kids were, you thought that they were being babysat by Tabitha, perhaps your mother.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to start with actually probably this investigation. And you were contacted by police. Sorry. No mixed up, but you were contacted by police in December of 2021, right?
Yes.
But there had actually been information in the media about looking for Harmony Montgomery, right?
Yes.
And you had actually seen things in the newspaper about Crystal Sorey wanting to find her daughter.
Yes.
And then when the police came to you, they wanted to talk to Adam about his daughter, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you and Adam were separated, right?
Yes.
You were living in the shelter.
Yes.
This was your second time at the Fit shelter, right?
Yes.
And Adam was in Maine, right?
Yeah.
And when they talked to you, you told them that as far as you knew, Adam had taken Harmony to his mother's, right?
Her mother's, yes.
I'm sorry, thank you. And you said that you thought Adam was in Maine,
Yes.
but you didn't give them a way to get in touch with him.
Right.
But you got in touch with him.
Yes.
And you said for him to come back to Manchester.
Yes.
You said that he needed to deal with this too.
Yes.
And you said that you were not dealing with it by yourself.
Yes.
And you said, this is not my fault.
Yes.
And Adam came when you contacted him,
Yes.
and he came to Manchester.
Yes.
But he came to Manchester with a woman,
Yes.
Kelsey Small.
Yes.
And you two had been separated since March of 2021.
Yes.
Actually, St. Patrick's Day, wasn't it?
Yes. That's when I left.
You left and you called the police,
Yes.
and Adam got arrested, right?
Yes.
And he was in jail for a while, right?
30 days. Yes.
And you said he was going crazy, right?
Yes.
That he started going crazy and accusing you of all sorts of stuff,
Yes.
and he actually struck you,
Yes.
and you called the police.
Yes.
And you stayed with your mom for a little bit after that,
Yes.
and then you were back at the shelter.
Yes.
But you did have a place, and the shelter was fine with you being there.
I didn't have a place.
You had a place at the shelter.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. And you contacted Adam.
Yes.
You contacted him quite a bit while he was gone, right?
Yes.
Because he was in jail for a bit, and then he went to Farnham Center, right?
Yes. I gave him a ride. Our transportation drove him to the farm center.
And then he went to a sober house.
Yes.
And while at the sober house, you two communicated.
Yes.
But you thought he might be fooling around on you then,
Yes.
and you get mad at him,
Yes.
and you'd tell him he couldn't see the kids.
I don't remember that.
What's going on?
Well, I'm gonna talk to you about my channel.
So sometimes you wouldn't let him see the kids, and sometimes you would.
I don't remember saying that he couldn't see the kids.
Okay. Sometimes you'd get mad at him,
Yes.
and you'd communicate your anger to him,
Yes.
and then sometimes you got jealous,
Yes.
and you'd communicate your jealousy to him.
But that I didn't know that he was with a girlfriend at those times.
Right. You just were jealous. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Whether it was Kelsey or not, you didn't know what was going on, but
No, because he was accusing me too.
right,
So
right. So it was sort of a back and forth relationship between the two of you,
Right.
right? And you'd get mad at him, or he might get mad at you, right?
yes.
But when things were, but you were actually, both of you sort of trying to get together too, right?
Yeah, we were trying to have our family back together.
Yeah. You considered him your best friend when things were good.
Yes. He was the
And
same way with me too.
right. You two were pretty connected when things were good, right?
Yes.
And sometimes even when things were not so good,
Right.
pretty solid with each other.
Yeah.
And so when Adam showed up with this woman in December of 2021, when you called him and told him to come back, you didn't like her.
No.
I think you called her thing.
Yeah.
But you needed to work with Adam to get through this investigation, right?
That's not why I was being nice to him. Was not because of this situation.
Okay. Okay. The police talked to you before you told Adam to come back, but they talked to you after you told Adam to come back too, right?
Yeah.
And you would tell the police that he took Harmony to his mother's.
Yes.
And one time they asked you to come in to the police station and talk to him.
Yes.
And you did go into the police station and talk to him, right?
Yes.
You went in voluntarily, right?
Yes.
You said that you didn't need a lawyer.
No, I never said that.
You said you talked to him without a lawyer, right?
I said I wanted a lawyer, but that didn't happen.
Oh,
But I felt like I was doing the right thing.
because you wanted to do the right thing?
Yes.
So you went to the police station to do the right thing for the investigation.
Right.
And you went to the police station to do the right thing for Harmony.
Right.
And you went to the police station and told them that as far as you knew, Adam drove Harmony to Crystal's.
Yes.
So you went to the police station to do the right thing, which was to lie?
No, that's not what I said when I went to the police station without a lawyer.
Okay. Do you recall that after you talked to them for a very long time, they gave you a chance to pull your thoughts together and be alone and maybe write down what you wanted to say?
Yes.
And that you did take that time to write down what you wanted to say to them, right?
Yes.
And they came in and you handed them the note, right?
Yes.
And they read the note, right?
Yes.
And they read it out loud for the record.
Yes.
And they had you sign the note, right?
Yes.
And in that note, you said, I don't know what happened. No clue. I just know he left to bring her to meet her mom to give Harmony to her after he dropped me off at work in the morning.
Yes.
And you wrote, I'm done talking. And you wrote a little bit more. And then you said, I can't help anymore. I'm sorry. I can't help you. Look at me, however. And I actually can't read it. To show you a copy of Exhibit A2 for ID and actually ask you what it says.
Can you give me that word? You can look at me, however.
And I'm asking you if you said this stuff, if you need to refresh your recollection, you can, okay?
Okay.
So you said, I'm sorry, I can't help. You can look at me, however. Think of me, however. You just need to get him to talk because I can't get him to say anything to me. He won't tell me anything. So he obviously did something and isn't saying anything to me. And if he isn't telling me, how am I supposed to help you? I'm done talking. And then it goes on a little more for other stuff that I won't say. Okay.
Okay.
Is that what you wrote for him?
Yes.
And you were done talking, right?
And I remember it saying I want a lawyer.
You did, right? In that
Yes.
letter.
Yes.
And you said that you were done talking and you were getting your lawyer and you wanted to go home now, please, right?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, I'd like to offer this as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
I don't know what happened, guys. I walked away, but they did legs. People were complaining.
Okay.
Wow.
Pretty cheap.
Sure.
No, I'm not saying it. Basically, without, it doesn't have any vegetables.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I did see the size of the bag.
I'll leave it up to you.
Sorry, I'm not sure what's going on. I'm gonna see if I can get past some of this.
I'm just kidding.
There you go.
I want to talk about some of the things going on while you were in jail, waiting to get out. Adam, by the way, you knew was not out on bail, right?
Right.
And you knew he could not get out on bail, right?
Right.
You had the ability to get out on bail, but he did not.
I didn't know he didn't have a chance to get out on bail.
Okay,
I didn't know what was going on with him.
okay. What do you mean you didn't know what was going on?
I didn't know what his situation was with either getting out or not getting out or trying to get out. I had no idea.
Okay. You were sort of following events while you were incarcerated, right?
Not really.
Okay. You were following what was going on with Adam while you were incarcerated, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember talking to people about the fact that Adam was still talking to Kelsey on the phone while he was incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you were saying, you know, I have ways of finding things out, right?
No.
Okay. We'll get back to that in a second. During that period of incarceration that you wanted to get out, you did not tell the police the truth of what happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
You didn't tell the police how Harmony died.
Right.
You didn't tell them when she died.
Right.
You didn't tell them anything truthful at all, right?
Right.
And then while you were in jail, you sort of thought about your own trouble and maybe how to get out of trouble, right?
Not just my own trouble, but okay.
What do you mean?
I don't know how to explain it.
You thought about missing the kids, you mean? Their trouble too, because they didn't have their mother?
Yeah. And Adam. I was still thinking about Adam too.
Okay. You were thinking about Adam, weren't you?
Yeah.
And while you were thinking about how to get out of trouble, you sort of wrote some of your thoughts down on paper about how to get out of trouble, right?
Not how to get out of trouble, just what I was thinking. Yes.
About what you wanted. Well, you talked about betraying Adam, right?
Right.
To get what you wanted, right?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what is marked for ID as G10. Let's see if you recognize these writings. You finished?
Yeah.
Do you recognize those writings?
Yes.
And those are writings of your thoughts that you put to paper about what you wanted to betray Adam, right?
No. They are my thoughts. Yes.
Well, let's go. One of the things that you wanted was one last time with Adam, right?
Right.
You wanted one last time to maybe kiss him or make love.
Yep.
And what you didn't write was that you wanted protection from Adam, right?
Right.
What you didn't write was that you were afraid of Adam, right?
Right.
Because you didn't want protection from Adam, right?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Okay. You just wanted to be with him one last time before you, as you put it, betrayed him, right?
Yes.
And having one last time with Adam before you talked to the police, you felt like he would understand and he would love you back, right?
No, I'm thinking about the conversation that him and I had before
About?
about the kids still having their mother when
Okay.
this situation occurs,
Right.
and that he would take everything
Yeah.
so that I could be with the kids.
Right. You two talked about that and what would happen. And you both agreed that you were the mother. You were more important to the kids, right?
Right.
That you were the mother of his children, right?
Right.
And you needed to be there for his children,
Right.
right? And you needed to be around more than he needed to be around.
No.
You actually wanted him to not be caught, right?
Yeah, I didn't.
Pardon?
I didn't.
And you wanted him to not be blamed for the death
Right.
because he didn't do what you said he did.
He did do what he did.
Okay. Well, one of the things that you wanted, other than being alone one last time, was immunity. Immunity for everything, the charges you were facing and what you were about to say, right?
Right.
And it's what you were about to say about Adam, right?
Right.
You weren't going to say anything about you if you didn't have to, right?
I was going to say everything.
Okay. And you wanted the kids in your life. You didn't want to lose custody of your kids, right?
Right.
And you wanted treatment, right?
Right.
You wanted mental health counseling, right?
Right.
And immunity from everything. Where did you learn about immunity? For Adam told you about immunity?
Yeah.
And this is things that you're going to talk to your lawyer about?
Yes.
Okay. And you thought that you want to see what the AG has to offer, but you don't want to end up being screwed yourself by them, right?
Right.
You didn't want them to play games with you and then you would get fucked in the end, right?
Yeah, because that's what Adam said that they would do.
Okay. It was all Adam, right?
I am my own person, but yes.
Okay. And you said, I am so fucked, I should just, I don't know, for harmony, for me, for my kids, so you actually thought maybe I will help with the investigation for harmony.
Yeah.
And one of the things is you were noticing that Seamus was having a hard time, as well as Declan, and you didn't want them to get adopted out. right?
Right.
And it's one of the things that you talked to Adam about when you two agreed not to talk about Harmony's death was that people would take the children.
Right.
And you didn't want people to take the children, right?
Right.
And you would rather hide Harmony's death than have the state come and take the children from you, right?
That's not what I was thinking.
Okay. But you two talked about it and how important it was for you to be there with the kids and for them not to take the children, right?
Yes.
And it is a conversation that you and Adam had after you discovered Harmony's death.
Yes.
And it is something that you agreed to after you discovered Harmony's death, right?
Yes.
And Adam did agree to take the fall after you discovered Harmony's death and had that conversation.
Yes.
And as you said, when you two were in sync, it was about as tight as it could be, right?
Right.
Best friends, do anything for the other.
Right.
That note was your thoughts for what you wanted your attorney to talk to the AG about, right?
Yes.
And that note was found in your cell, hidden like between the mattress and the frame.
No, it was in a book.
Okay. But it was found during a regular cell search, right?
Yes.
And the COs asked you about that note.
Yes.
And you said that you wanted to talk to the AG.
Yes.
And when you hoped to talk to the AG, those were the conditions that you wanted to get.
Yes.
And you did not have a conversation with the AG in January, right?
No.
Didn't have a conversation with the AG in February, right?
No.
Didn't have a conversation with the AG in March, right?
No.
But you did get a subpoena for the grand jury,
Yes.
and you understood what the grand jury was.
Yes.
And you did get out May 6th, right? That was
Yes.
before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you still didn't talk to the AG before you went to the grand jury.
Right.
By the way, I would like to have that introduced as a full exhibit. That would be G for ID. Coach? And before you
The objection is withdrawn. Exhibit G, the ID is stricken. It is entered as a full exhibit. Whenever you're ready.
Sorry,
It's okay.
I couldn't. So in any event, you, after that note was seized, you asked to talk to the AG. You didn't talk to the AG before getting subpoenaed to the grand jury, but you did get out, right?
Yes.
And before you got out, you actually filed for divorce, right?
Yes.
You filed for divorce in March.
Yes.
And you were done, right?
As hard as it was, yes.
Okay, done. He was in your past now.
Not really, but
Okay. But your future was about you now, right?
yeah, I tried.
Okay. And you went to the grand jury in May of 2022,
22.
May 20th, actually, right? That sound right?
I didn't know it was in the same month that I got out, but I thought it was around that time between May and June.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of the front of the transcript of your testimony, would that help refresh your recollection about when it was?
Yes.
Okay, and this is State's Defendant's Exhibit B for ID. Does that refresh your recollection? Yes, please feel free to check through the transcript to make sure it's correct and that it's you.
I remember I remember going to this, yes.
Okay. And looking at it doesn't refresh your recollection about the exact day, but it seems like around the,
Yes.
okay. Now, when you went to the grand jury, you had no immunity, right?
Right.
You had no agreement with the state.
Right.
And about 2 years, over 2 years had passed since Harmony had died.
Yes.
And over 2 months had passed since you wrote that note that is Exhibit G of the conditions that you'd like to get for, quote, betraying Adam, right?
Yes.
And so you went to the grand jury
Yes.
and you were advised that you had to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
They actually swore you in like you were sworn in here.
Yes.
And there was a prosecutor there asking you questions.
Yes.
And there was a group of people not in this configuration, but probably even more people there that were the grand jury.
Yes.
And you were not particularly happy with Adam when you went to the grand jury, right?
I was stuck in my head.
Okay. Well, you lied to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
Even though you swore an oath to tell the truth.
Yes.
And not only did you swear an oath to tell the truth, but you were actually given, I think what they called ground rules. Do you remember being given some of the rules of testifying in front of the grand jury?
Yes.
And you were told that you could refuse to answer any question if it would incriminate you, right?
Yes.
And you understood what incriminating you would mean, right?
Yes.
And that meant if it would get you in trouble.
Yes.
And you were told that incrimination was pretty much if your answer would risk you being charged with a crime.
Yes.
And you were also told that if you did answer, you had to answer truthfully.
Yes.
But you were also told that if you had an answer that got someone else in trouble, you had to answer that.
Yes.
And you were asked if you had any questions about those rules, right?
Yes.
And you were also told that if you had a question about any of the questions,
Yes.
meaning if a question might incriminate you or not, you could take a break, step outside and talk to your lawyer, right?
Yes.
Your lawyer wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but he was available to you, right?
Yes.
And if you thought that a question might get you in trouble, you could go out and talk to your lawyer.
Yes.
And you were also told that you could get charged with perjury if you lied to the grand jury.
Yes.
You were told that not only could you get charged with perjury if you lied to the grand jury, but you could get charged with perjury for each and every lie.
Yes.
And that a perjury charge could bring a sentence of 3.5 to 7 years
Yes.
in prison.
Yes.
And that if you lied more than once, you could get more than one sentence of 3.5 to 7.
Yes.
You could get a sentence of 3.5 to 7 for every lie you told to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you lied to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you lied more than once.
Yes.
You lied more than twice.
I only got 2 counts of it, so I don't remember lying more than twice.
You do not recall lying more than twice to the grand jury.
Right.
You think you only lied twice to them.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go through what you talked to the grand jury about. They actually talked to you. The prosecutor had this note. at the
Yes.
grand jury, right?
Yes.
And I couldn't tell, was it this note that was handwritten by you or was it a copy of it?
It was a copy of it.
Okay. And he read some and had you read some of the note out loud to the grand jury so he could ask you questions about it, right?
Yes.
And he asked you what you meant by thinking about betraying Adam, right?
Yes.
And you said you were thinking about, that he hurt Adam, Harmony, right?
Yes.
Because he had actually only been arrested on June 5th for second-degree assault to Harmony.
Yes.
And you said that betrayal sort of referred to that. You were going to betray him on that.
Yes.
Okay. Because you said that you didn't know what happened to Harmony, that you had no idea.
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
And you said you thought Adam hurt her, but you didn't know what happened to her.
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
And that was a lie that protected you, but pointed the finger at Adam, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked about physical abuse by Adam.
Yes.
And you said he spanked her a couple of times when she wasn't listening or something, but it wasn't a lot.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
No.
And when they asked, well, what is it that you're talking about betraying him? You said, well, he verbally abused her by putting her in a corner and spanking her.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
No.
Okay. You told the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony was 2 days after Thanksgiving, 2019.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
You told them that Adam dropped you off at work because he was bringing her to her mother's.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
And you said all the kids were in the car. You were going to work and everybody was fine.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
You said that you worked in the morning. You knew it was, they asked you about your shift and you said it was 6 to 2 at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
And that was the truth for when you worked at Dunkin' Donuts, but it was a lie for 2 days after Thanksgiving, right? You didn't work at Dunkin' Donuts 2 days after Thanksgiving.
Right.
And that was one of the lies that you got charged with.
Yes.
Okay. But you had lied before that, right? To the grand jury already.
Yes.
And then you also said the day that you were working on at the Dunkin' Donuts, and that was your second charge.
Yes.
So you got charged for lying about the shift that you worked at Dunkin' Donuts, and you got charged for lying about
It was the location.
the location, not the
Yes.
day. Okay.
Yes.
The location of Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
But not all those other lies that we've already talked about. You
No.
didn't get charges for them, right? And when you told the grand jury that you were working at Dunkin' Donuts that day, the prosecutor actually gave you a hint. He said, "Are you sure?" And you said, "Yeah," right?
Yeah. Yes.
And he said, "Take a minute and think because we had the records," right?
Right.
And you repeated the lie anyway.
Yes.
And but you knew that they knew at that point that you might be lying.
Yes.
You knew that you might be getting caught,
Yes.
and you didn't know what to do.
No, I did not.
So you just continued in your lie.
Yes.
And so you said that you had a conversation with Adam, and he told you a day or two before taking Harmony to her mother that he was going to do that, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And you said that you figured he gave her to her mom because her mom, Crystal, had a place.
Yes.
You didn't figure he gave her to her mom.
No.
You knew that she had died,
Yes.
and she had died in the car.
Yes.
She died in the car with you,
Yes.
and you knew it.
Yes.
And so when you said you're trying to convince the grand jury that you're telling the truth, right?
Right.
Because every time you lie to them, you are subject to 3.5 to 7.
Right.
And so you want them to believe you.
Right.
And then you tell them that one of the reasons that you didn't think about what was going on with Harmony was because you had a lot of stuff going on with your son.
I don't remember that.
Okay. You said that one of the reasons that Adam brought Harmony to her mom was because she had already been through so much with the state that he didn't want her to live in the car anymore, and she could live in a better place with Crystal.
Yes.
And that again was trying to get the grand jury to believe your story.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And you said Harmony was a normal kid, right?
Yes.
And that was not a lie.
No.
You said that she had issues like anybody else,
Yes.
and that was not a lie.
No.
And you said that you actually, when Adam came back without Harmony, you actually asked, did you take Harmony to Crystal, like you said? And he told you he had.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
You told the grand jury you didn't think it was strange that Adam didn't buy Harmony birthday cards or talk to Crystal about Harmony, right?
Right.
And they asked you why, and you said it was because you had your own issues with your eldest son, and with all that you and Adam were going through, you weren't thinking about Harmony or your eldest son.
Right.
And that is a son that is not of you and Adam, right?
Right.
That is a son that you were also visiting.
Yes.
And there was a lot going on with your son. Adam had a lot going on with Harmony. And so you just didn't think about all those things because it was too chaotic.
Yes.
And so while some of that might be true, that certainly wasn't why you weren't thinking about Harmony, or about Adam not staying in touch with Harmony, right?
Right.
Because you knew Adam was dead, right? Harmony was dead, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And so you just sort of made that up as a reason why things are going on in your head. So something that would be strange to other people wasn't strange to you, right?
Right.
It just sort of popped into your head. This is a good reason to give the grand jury to try and convince them I'm telling the truth.
Right.
But it was from a real life detail, right? That was going on in your life with your eldest son.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that Adam had been violent to you, so you believed that he had been violent to his daughter,
Yes.
but you hadn't seen anything.
Right.
And you told them that you were under the assumption that whole time that Harmony was with her mother.
Yes.
Another lie.
Yes.
You told the grand jury, obviously, you were thinking he did something wrong, but you didn't want to think about that, right?
Right.
And you said because you had the other kids too, right?
Right.
You had other stuff to think about.
Right.
When the prosecutor asked you, do you think it's a good possibility that Harmony's not around anymore? You said that could be a possibility, right?
Right.
You didn't tell them that you knew she was dead,
Right.
right? You didn't tell them that you were there when she died.
Right.
And that's kind of a lie by omission, right?
Yes.
It's like not telling them something to send them down the wrong road, right?
Right.
And when they asked you if you remembered any more about the day that Adam drove off with Harmony, you told them what you remembered. Seamus was 2 and Declan was 11
Months.
months. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if you remembered anything Adam said. And you said, no, not that I can. You sort of let it trail off, right?
Right.
You were asked if you were done with Adam at the time that you were testifying, right?
Right.
They said, are you done with him? And you said yes.
Right.
And are you saying that was a lie?
Yes.
Okay. And you told them that you kept insisting that all you knew was that Adam drove off with Harmony, and that was all you knew.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And that is protecting you.
And Adam.
It's actually pointing the finger at Adam, right?
No,
Okay.
not
Well-
when it's the lie.
Okay.
Well, perjury
Um,
is lying. So I think we already
Because
got
you
that.
told them that you thought Adam
We
must
know
have
she's a
done
liar.
something wrong with Harmony, right?
This woman's
Right.
fucking irritating
And you were
too.
pointing the finger at Adam, right?
Right.
And you were protecting you.
Right.
Okay. And when the subject of the items that Harmony had, you told him that Harmony had a sports cup with pink flowers, right?
I don't remember telling them that. They showed me a picture of it.
Oh, okay. Do you remember telling them that?
I just remember the picture.
Did you tell them that she was wearing Nike sneakers
Yes.
and that she was wearing a Star Wars hoodie?
Yes.
And you talked to the jury with a straight face about remembering what she was wearing, right?
Yes.
Even though the Star Wars hoodie is what you cut off of her body in the shower at Union Avenue.
Right.
Okay. And you didn't have any problem talking about that to the grand jury, that that's what she was wearing, right?
Right.
But you did have a problem telling the grand jury the truth, that you were cutting off her clothes in the shower at Union Avenue.
Right.
And you said the last time you saw Harmony, she was happy.
Yes.
And you had no problem with that lie to the grand jury, right?
Right.
And the last time you saw Harmony, you thought she was asleep, but she was dead.
Yes.
Okay. One of the things that happened at the grand jury was you were talking about some of the things that the family did after eviction, right?
Yes.
And you talked about going to Colonial Village, right?
Yes.
And Colonial Village is what you've talked about on direct, pretty much where you kind of camped out during the weeks before you went to your mom's.
Yes.
And I think you told the grand jury that you went to your mom's around the 11th.
Yes.
And that seems about right.
Yeah, it was the beginning of December.
It
The
is,
11th?
Queen. It's very annoying.
Like the beginning of the month.
And we
of
know she's a
December.
liar.
Okay, well,
I call that the beginning.
She's going to go through
Sorry.
every single one of them.
you'd been
Wow.
in the car for a couple of weeks before going to your mom's, right?
Right.
So you told them that your car had died and you slept in the car of your friend Anthony Badero for a weekend.
Yes.
And it was sometime after that that you went to your mom's.
Yes.
And you told them that Badero saw Harmony every day while living at the Colonial for that couple of weeks, right?
Yes.
And that was a slip up, right?
I don't remember.
Well, if you were telling the grand jury that Harmony died on November 30th, but you're talking about being in the car for a couple of weeks from the 20.
All right, hold on. No speaking objections. Please approach.
Yeah, all of these voices are annoying, actually. Kayla, who's all
Right.
high or
You
something.
told the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony was November 30th,
Yes.
which was 3 days after your eviction,
Yes.
but that you stayed at Colonial Village, you have said, for about 2 weeks
Yes.
after eviction, right?
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that Bordello saw Harmony every day behind the Colonial
Yes.
for those 2 weeks, right? That was a slip up, right?
No, because he did see her.
Okay. For 2 weeks?
He did see her a couple of times. Yes.
You said every day behind the Colonial?
Not every day.
Okay. For those 2 weeks, he saw her, right?
Yes.
For a couple of weeks, right?
A couple of days. During those weeks, he did see her for a couple of days.
Do you recall which days?
No, I just know we were still in the car.
Did Anthony Bordello didn't see y'all very much before you were parked at the Colonial, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did he see Harmony often?
Once in a while, if we drove to his place.
Okay. Would you go in to his place with Harmony?
No,
Okay.
we'd be in the car.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you a portion of your grand jury testimony. And ask you to read it to yourself. And then I'm going to ask you some questions about it, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And I will say that this starts after you're talking about the accidents that we've talked about earlier today.
Okay.
Now I'm going to show you a specific page, which is 45. And feel free to read anything that you want, but start at 45, going through until the subject changes, okay?
Okay.
Council, while she's reviewing that, why don't you put yours
Okay.
Okay. So, and I'm starting at page 45. The prosecutor talked about, so you stayed near Colonial Village for a period of time, right?
Yes.
And he's talking about after eviction when you are staying in the car with the family behind Colonial Village, right?
Yes.
And you say yes. He asked if any.
Is everything okay, Frazzled?
Refresh your recollection.
Yes.
And at first, you told them that Badero saw Harmony. Did you tell them that Badero saw Harmony for probably every day for like a couple of weeks?
Yes.
Was that the truth?
No, it was like every couple of days.
For the whole 2 weeks?
Yes.
He would go out there to the car, right? And talk to y'all, right?
Yes.
And sometimes he and Adam would go off and do stuff.
Mm, no.
Adam and he might actually give Badero drive Badero in Badero's car for a while, right?
No.
And that's why was Badero coming out to the car for you?
Because we were getting drugs.
Okay, so you're saying Badero came out to the car to give you drugs?
Yes.
Okay. You said that Badero saw Harmony probably every day, but now you're saying it's probably every couple of days?
Yes.
And after you said that to the prosecutor, do you remember actually addressing the fact that you said that you hadn't seen Harmony after November 30th?
No.
Does that refresh your recollection about whether he raised that?
I'm sorry.
That he actually reminded you that you had said that Harmony went missing on the 30th, right?
Right.
And so he said, are you saying Badero saw Harmony before November 30th? And you said, yeah. Right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. But you were actually saying also that Badero saw Harmony during that 2-week period that you were behind his place.
Right.
Okay. But you said that Harmony had disappeared, been gone, left.
Overruled.
So that was sort of a slip saying that, right?
Overruled.
No.
you're talking about events after the 30th where Badero is seeing Harmony at a time that you're telling the grand jury that Harmony has gone off. Adam took her to her mother.
After the 30th. He saw her before that.
Okay.
Okay.
For 2 weeks after eviction, while you're staying at Colonial Village, he saw her during those 2 weeks. Is that right?
Yes.
So eviction would be November 27, right?
Yes.
And for that 2 week period, that would take you just shy of December 8, 9.
Yes.
And so you are saying that Mr. Badero is seeing Harmony in December.
Yes.
That was a slip, right?
No. I didn't know what the last time was that he saw her, but I know that he did see her every couple of days during that time.
Okay, but if Harmony was if you're saying that Harmony is gone since November 30th, how can somebody be seeing her in your car after November 30th?
Approach.
Oh, I know, Frenzel, right? Very frustrating. Yeah, you're right about that, Colin. At least
Go ahead.
Harmony is in good hands now.
You told the grand jury that you got evicted on the 28th, 27th.
It does,
Yes.
Frazzle.
And you told the grand jury that for 2 weeks from that eviction, you stayed at Colonial Village.
Yes.
But you told the grand jury that 3 days after that eviction, Adam took Harmony to his mother's,
Yes.
to her mother's,
Yes.
so that she was no longer in the car.
Yes.
But you also told the grand jury that Anthony Badero saw Harmony throughout that 2 week period, right?
Right.
Okay. Are you saying that Harmony was in your car during that 2 week period for the Badero? Are you telling the grand jury that he was in your car for that 2 week period after Adam had taken Harmony to her mother's?
Yes, because that didn't happen.
Overruled.
Pardon?
Yes, because she didn't actually go missing on November 30th. So, yes, he did see her.
Okay. So that was actually the truth,
Right.
right? And it was a truth that was very inconsistent with the lie that you had been telling, right?
Right.
So you sort of slipped up there, but it got missed, right?
Yes.
After that, maybe it is a good spot.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good time for our mid-afternoon break. We'll take about 15 minutes and we'll come back and resume the testimony. I'll ask you to just stay here. Please rise for the jurors. All right, she can step down, have about a 15-minute break, and then she can come on back to the stand. All right, everybody, 15 minutes.
No, Frazzled, they got, they abolished the death penalty there in 2019. So it won't be eligible. But the last time they actually executed anybody in that state is 1939. I don't see I don't think that would happen anyway. So, yeah, that's not going to happen. So we just got to hope for some jailhouse justice. Hopefully. I wish they would make him come in there and face this shit. I do think she's sobering up also. But I'm going to get us through this. I think at some point today they're going to feel comfortable with Kayla's a liar. I was comfortable with it from the get-go, but you know, let me see.
Stop for the day. So we're going to end.
Let me see here. Okay, so this will be the last of it.
I'm going to bring her in, okay?
For today, anyway.
Everybody ready?
Yes. No.
Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Not quite yet.
What the fuck is that shit?
Ready? All right. Please rise for the jurors. Please be seated. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the grand jury, you were asked about those car accidents, remember?
Yes.
And you said that you recalled two and that Harmony was in the car for one of them, but she wasn't in the car for the other, right?
Yes.
And that you couldn't remember why she wasn't in the car for the other, right? And you thought that that was a November accident that she wasn't in the car for.
Right.
Is that the December accident that she wasn't in the car for?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember that Tabitha Scott was in the November 29th accident, was in the car during that?
Yes.
Okay. So you thought it was November, but you're probably talking about the December accident where Harmony wasn't in the car?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember on direct that the prosecutor asked you to look at the grand jury?
Yes.
I'm sorry, at this jury. Do you remember when he asked you here to look at this grand jury?
Yes.
And
Overruled.
I said grand jury again, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
sorry. Yes, stand.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you remember at the end of your direct testimony, the prosecutor asked you to look at this jury?
Yes.
And he asked you, did you kill Harmony? And you looked at this jury and you said no?
Yes.
Do you remember that the prosecutor at the grand jury asked you to look at the grand jurors?
Yes.
And he asked you to tell them what happened to Harmony and you said you didn't know?
Yes.
So looking at jurors while you're lying doesn't change the lie, right?
Right.
So you also told the grand jury that neither Adam nor anyone else asked you to lie about what happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
And that lie that you told the grand jury, you told them freely, right?
Yes.
And it was a lie that you and Adam came up with when you didn't want DCYF in taking your kids or blaming either of you or anything like that, right?
Right.
And that lie protected you and let the investigation focus on Adam.
Yes.
You also told the grand juror that when you contacted Adam and told him to come back to Maine and he came back to Maine, you said that once there, Adam said, tell them I brought her to her mother, right?
Yes.
And that was sort of the truth, right?
Yes.
As he said, you'll be okay, just stick with the story, right?
Right.
You didn't have to worry.
Right.
He would be there for you.
Right.
One of the, in the grand jury, unlike this jury, the individual jurors were allowed to ask you questions, right?
Yes.
And so you not only had a prosecutor asking you questions, you had individual grand jurors asking you questions, right?
Yes.
And you lied to them, right?
Yes.
You told them that you were actually feeling scared for Harmony. at some point, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. You still have that grand jury testimony there?
Yes.
And I'm going to point you to page 64, and this is to refresh your recollection. If you would check out, it's about halfway down the page that the conversation starts, but you can check before that to make sure, and on to the next page.
Okay.
So when you were talking about meeting up with Adam when he came back from Maine, and he told you to tell them that he took Harmony to her mother, you were actually asked about the fact that the investigation is going on, right?
Yes.
And you told this jury that you had actually seen Crystal on the news talking about her missing daughter, right? I'm sorry, not at the grand jury today, to this jury.
Yes.
And when, in light of that, when Adam said, I took her to her mother, do you remember being asked at that point again, did it make you wonder what really happened to Harmony? And you said, yeah, it did, right?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked if you were scared for Harmony at that point?
Yes.
Telling the grand jurors that you were scared for her.
Yes.
And you were telling the grand jurors this at a time that you knew that she was dead.
Yes.
And you insisted you didn't know what happened to her, right?
Right.
Now, these are several more lies that you've told the grand jury, right?
Right.
And you talked to this jury about Adam in the spring of 2020. Accusing you of things and punching you.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that he punched you 2 times, right?
It was more than that. But
Okay.
yes, I did.
And you told them that you left Adam because you saw abuse as a kid and you didn't want your kids surrounded by that stuff.
Yes.
And that's when you left Adam in March of 2021, right?
Yes.
But you actually left him also in April or in the spring of 2020 for a very short period of time, right?
I don't remember that.
You don't recall leaving with the kids for a couple of times in the spring of 2020?
No.
Okay. Because the spring in 2020 is when you started talking about the first time that Adam started thinking weird things were happening, right?
Yeah, but I didn't leave him. We still lived in the same. We just moved to the
Union Street apartment building.
Okay. And you didn't just leave for a bit and go to a friend's for a day or so?
No.
Okay.
I remember I left for a couple of hours with the kids, but I went back to the house. I went back to the apartment.
Okay. So one of the times that he was feeling like there were cameras and stuff, you just had to get away from him, right?
He fell asleep, so I took the kids and left.
Yeah. Because he was acting very strange.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm going to move on from the grand jury testimony for now. Take that back away from you if you'd like. Thank you. When the grand jury testimony was over, you were able to leave. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were still out in public on bail.
Yes.
And by the way, I was told that I did mess up again. Adam was arrested January 4 and you were arrested January 5. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. So you are out, but you have certain conditions that require that you, report to the police station?
Yes.
You have to report in person. How many times did you have to report?
Every day.
Every day you had to come to the police station so that they would know that you were around, right?
Yes.
And so you were doing that before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you were doing it after the grand jury.
Yes.
And every day you're at the police station. And one day, and it was June 3rd, you
Yes.
come in for a reporting day, right?
Yes.
Or a reporting time, sorry. And you got arrested.
Yes.
And you kind of knew that that might happen because you knew that you had lied to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you got arrested for 2 charges of perjury before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And it was about your shift at Dunkin' Donuts.
Yes.
And it was about the location of Dunkin' Donuts.
Yes.
And we talk about a whole lot more lies that you told the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you didn't get arrested for any of those lies, right?
Right.
And probably talked about more than 20 lies that you told the grand jury,
Yes.
maybe more.
Yes.
And you got 2 charges for lying to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
Now, before testifying in front of the grand jury, you had some other prior convictions, right?
Yes.
One was for false information to a police officer,
Yes.
and one was for altering a prescription drug.
Yes.
And you got incarcerated on that one on a probation violation in 2013
Yes.
and got out in 2014.
Yes.
And it was sometime after that that you and Adam got together.
Yes.
And you were together but got married in 2017.
Yes.
And you got married on Harmony's birthday.
Yes.
And that was intentional, right?
It wasn't supposed to be on her birthday.
Okay.
We were getting married before our son was born, and he came 3 weeks early, and he ended up being born the day before Harmony's birthday. And we were planning a baby shower wedding that Sunday, and we ended up having the JP come to our house and marry us while I was in the middle of contractions, and then we had the baby.
And that was, you did it during the shower because friends and loved ones had been there too.
Yeah, that's what we were supposed to do, but we didn't get to.
Okay. And when you went to the grand jury, you were also facing other felonies at the time, right?
Yes.
At the time,
Yeah.
that was confusing. on May 20th, when you went to the grand jury, you had some felonies that you had been charged with but had not been resolved.
Yes.
And 2 of them were for receiving stolen property.
Yes.
And 1 of them was a theft by deception.
Yes.
And although you got charged for them, they were dismissed as a part of the agreement that you reached with the state, right? And when you were out on bail on the 3rd, they held you for a few days, right?
Yes.
And you got rebailed for those perjury convictions, right?
Yes.
So the day that you came in, they had to arrest you and book you, and you had to go to jail. And eventually, 3 or 4 days later, you were able to get out on bail.
Yes.
Same bail conditions as before.
Yes.
No changes.
No.
And you were supposed to be of good behavior,
Yes.
and you were supposed to be drug and alcohol free,
Yes.
and you got rearrested. You were supposed to remain arrest free too, right?
Yes.
And you got rearrested, right?
Yes, because I missed court.
Pardon?
I missed court, so I got arrested.
They found you and arrested you on a capias for missing court, but you also got charged with prescription drugs.
Yes.
And that case went away as well on the day of your plea to the perjury indictments,
Yes.
right? So I want to talk about June 3rd and your interview with the police. You certainly didn't know that day that you would be arrested when you walked in for your check-in, right?
Right.
And on that day when you walked in and got arrested on your check-in, you didn't know if you would be able to walk out.
Right.
They might hold you in jail again for perjury
Right.
because it's a pretty serious offense, right? And you knew that when you raised your hand and swore an oath to the grand jury that if you lied to them, it would be a very serious thing.
Yes.
And so you were kind of concerned that you may not be able to get back out on bail when you got arrested.
Yes.
And you said you were ready to talk.
Yes.
You said you wanted to give a statement, right?
Right.
And you did not have an agreement when you said that, right?
Right.
You did not have any negotiation when you said that, right?
Right.
The AG had not actually met up with you at all when you said that, right?
Right.
And you wanted to make sure that you got out as soon as you could, right?
Right.
And so your attorney was called,
Yes.
and there was a sort of agreement reached before you gave your statement, right?
Right.
And you didn't get immunity for crimes, right?
Right.
And you didn't get future immunity for any crimes that you might commit.
Right.
But you did get an agreement that whatever you said that day couldn't be used against you.
Right.
And that they would look at what you said that day, and if they wanted to use it, then you might be able to reach an agreement.
Right.
And so that wasn't the immunity from everything that you had wanted, right?
Right.
That wasn't the no time deal that you had wanted, right?
Right.
That wasn't the ankle monitor that you had wanted, right?
Right.
And there was certainly no guarantee or conversation about you and your future life with your children.
Right.
But you knew they had you solid on the perjury, right?
Right.
You were never getting around that one, right?
Right.
And so you decided that this would probably be the best that you could do to get as few consequences for your actions as possible.
Yes.
Are you okay?
My head hurts. I'm like having a migraine.
Do you need to stop? May we approach her on it?
Well, too bad. I don't really care if she's having a headache, but who doesn't have one after all this shit? Yeah, I agree, Queen. Everybody's going to need therapy. Right. Yep, Colin. Exactly. Look at her. Wow. Who gives a shit if she has a migraine? I hope she has a migraine for the rest of her damn life. I was just going to really play it up now. You know what's happened is whatever she was on is worn off. Yeah, because she's doing this in front of the jury. You think that they are impressed with her? You think they give a crap about her? After everything she fucking said. She said that blender thing. My God, I can never even deal with that. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, her shit's worn off and now she's... But quit giving that look. That look makes me want to slap it right off her damn face. Nobody needs to feel sorry for her.
Long day for everyone, and I would like to give the witness an opportunity to have a rest before we proceed. So what I'm going to do is we're going to stop for the day today. I know I had said to you that I thought we would go until 4, but I think it makes sense for us to stop for the day. So we're going to end now. You're going to come back at 8:45 on Monday morning. I cannot say to you strongly enough how important it is for you to avoid all media this weekend. Please avoid all media this weekend.
I don't blame you
You
wondering.
know, additionally, if people know you're sitting on this case, they may want to
Love you
speak to you
too.
about it. They may have opinions about it, even though they're not here listening to the evidence in the same way you are. Please do not talk about this case with anyone. There will come a time, as I said to you earlier, when you will be able to do that. That time is not now. So, it's supposed to be a little warm this weekend. I hope you'll find some good activities to do, but stay away, stay offline, stay away from the newspapers, stay away from any media coverage of this case, okay? Same rules that I've said to you earlier apply as well about driving by locations. If it's on your route home, drive by, don't give it any extra attention. Don't go to any of the places that we visited on The View or the places you've heard about here. Don't look up any names. Don't do any research on the law. The court will give that to
Sounds
you in the
good.
court's instructions. I remind you that if in your comings and goings you see any of the witnesses or any of the parties that are involved in this case, they have been instructed not to speak with you and you're instructed not to speak with them. So they are not being rude if they don't acknowledge acknowledge your presence. You have all been extremely attentive today, and we are very, very appreciative. We will see you back here on Monday morning, 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention today. All rise for the jurors.
It is hard to listen to. Made me think so much of Chris Watts and those silos. My God. Oh. I just want to see this one playing it up.
Jane Garrity, could you approach for just a minute? You may be seated.
Okay, they're not going to. Okay, so just a little bit of therapy here. Let's see if they did anything earlier. Oh, look at. Oh. Yeah, they're getting big. These ones, they were wanting to. Oh, look at that fish. Yuck. Yuckadoo. Yep. More eagles. Yeah, this is what we need after listening to that kind of stuff. Exactly, Colin. See, that's what was making me so mad at her earlier. Acting like, she tried to stop it, but he just gave her that look like he was going to do something to her. Right. Think about what Harmony went through. I don't give a crap about her fucking headache. I can't believe she went through that whole thing that she just went through, their face and everything. I'm surprised you can even show your fucking face anywhere, much less sit here and, oh God. Yeah, it's very annoying, her damn headache. Getting a migraine. Seriously? Does she know what a fucking migraine is? She even had that attorney saying de-thaw. Can you believe that shit? Right. Yeah, she even said she was worried about her and the don't be sorry. Hey, you hear me. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I can't help it. Don't you worry about it. This right here is very triggering. Yeah, I know, Wandering. It is. It's hard to listen to. It is. But that look she just got on her face about her headache was so annoying. That's the kind of person I can't stand. Think I give two shits about their headache. A lazy, lying thief. I wonder when they're going to get around to asking her. She's coming back Monday. Jeez. But I think what happens, just like today, she'll probably come in under some kind of medication. No, Gabi, this was the stepmom. This is the one that he was with whenever he beat her to death. Yeah. It was pretty bad. I don't know what parts you heard, but some of it was really hard to hear. How are you, Gabi? No, Gabi, the mom was on the stand yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. And I think, yeah, she was. The mom was on the stand yesterday, and she's pregnant. Looks like she's due to have a baby. I don't know if she has any children that she has kept, but I know that didn't she didn't have Harmony, and she doesn't have Jameson. I think that's awesome for her to just keep having kids. This damn shit makes me mad. Right, we can see get a little bit of nature. I don't see mom or dad there. They're sleeping a lot. Oh, oh my gosh. More fish. I don't see mom or dad. They've been alone a lot here. This is weird. Wow.
Oh, this is right up and don't do.
I'm just sliding through here. I saw on here, let me see. Hmm. Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh, look. Look at you guys, Shadow, and I just found one. It says triplets. It says triplets. I don't know. This, remember the ones in Big Bear last year we watched? Shadow rolls out the eggs before settling down. Okay, see? They have 3 eggs, I guess. Oh my gosh. Last year they lost them. They're so Jackie just flew off, it looks like. Shadow's gonna, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, he's getting the eggs all moved around. Oh, I know, isn't this so cool? I can't believe Jackie and Shadow have more babies coming, triplets. Wow. Isn't that so pretty too? Oh my gosh. Jerry, are you still here? I'm so excited about this. Wondering, did you see the ones last year we saw them hatched or a few months ago? Saw their first feeding and everything. Oh my God, it was so awesome. I was gonna say, I was hoping you did. I know, isn't that so cool? Oh my God, I love it. Oh wow. Okay, I'm so happy that Jackie and Shadow are having more babies. Okay, I'm gonna shut this down. I'm gonna be back on tonight. So I'm gonna shut her down. So at least we saw something pretty after we saw a bunch of nasty. Okay, I will see you guys in a little bit. Everybody have a great early evening, late afternoon, whatever it is for you right now. And I will see you soon. Love you. Bye.